placed here to break the generational curses that were placed upon your lineage. Your oddness is what makes you great. Your journey will be a bit more complex. You'll go through many trials and tribulations that will break you down and force you to rebuild even stronger. Your very own family will often be your greatest obstacle. Your breakthrough is in the horizon. Each family has a black sheep, aka the sacrificial lamb, meaning you were placed here to break the generational curses that were placed to you. You've heard the words, scared money doesn't make money, but you probably don't believe it, even though you work in a 9-to-5 job. You wake up to an alarm clock, you have a boss that tells you what to do, and you still don't realize that the reason why you're living that way is because you are afraid to spend money to make money. Bro, I spent $37, and within 30 days I turned it into $50,000 wholesale real estate. You know what I did with that $37? I bought a list of 3 foreclosures. That's all I had to do. I called them up. I found a seller for a good price because they need to sell their 3 foreclosures. They don't have an option. So I called them up, got a good deal, $295,000. I found a buyer literally a week later for $350,000. I brought those 2 contracts that I got signed with a seller and a buyer to a title company. They cut me a check for 50 bands 30 days after I found out what wholesaling real estate was. And you know what you're going to do? You're going to go back to your 9-to-5 job and pretend you never fucking heard this. Team, when you guys see dog shit like this, look at that side. Team, you've heard the word. When you guys see dog shit like this, look at that siding. Look at the roof. Okay? That person cannot afford to repair the property. If they could, they would. And guess what? When they want to sell, they're going to have to sell for a cash price because banks will not fund it to an end buyer. So somebody who is buying it and fixing it is the only person who can buy, meaning they are going to have a spread. Okay? So when you call the seller up and you give them a cash offer because of the fact that banks won't finance any other offer, it makes sense. You're going to get a good number from that seller. Use TruePeopleSearch.com, call them up, use our script, negotiate a good deal, find a buyer for $40,000 higher, $50,000 higher. If you can't find a buyer for this, we will sell it for you if you're a Discord member. When you guys see dogs, see this right here, board? Doing nothing with your life, bro. You're pushing off reality because you want to stay in high school, do high school parties, you just be away from your parents so you can slut around more and be dumb niggas, bro. Stop being a loser and go be a real nigga. I'm going to translate for little bro because he actually does have a point. So here's the deal. College is actually just for people who are going to live poor for the rest of their life. I'm wondering how I'm able to drop 3 bands on a Monday afternoon casually. I'm 150 stories up during the best wine that money can buy. Chettingham is widely considered to be the greatest dessert wine in the world. The only difference between me and you is I understand that if there's no risk, there's no reward. I can tell you guys exactly how, as a 20-year-old kid with 0 money in my bank account, 0 credit, I took this building. This is my first ever real estate deal. I never had any credentials, and I flipped this fucking thing. It's 20,000 square feet. How did I do that? I got 2 pieces of paper. One is called a purchase and sale agreement. I got the seller to sign it for $295,000. Then I got the buyer to sign what's called an assignment of contract agreement. All I needed was their 2 signatures just to sign for $50,000. I made $55,000 gross profit from flipping this 20,000 square foot school building without any fucking credentials. You can do the same thing, but you're going to be a pussy and keep going. 5 mistakes to avoid when wholesaling real estate. Number 1, stop telling the sellers you're wholesaling. It's none of their business. Okay? They don't need to know what the process of the transaction looks like from your perspective. They just
To be honest, money's on your mind, so let me show you how you can make a little more schmickles. Because I make fuck ton of schmickles every day. And I only work 1 hour per day, if you even want to call this work. But I pretty much just sell envelopes to grandmas on Facebook. Here's how it works. I make an ad. I pay Facebook to show the ad on the grandma's feed when she scrolls. Grandma loves the ad. She clicks on the ad. She goes to my website. She purchases. I get a notification. I ship the envelope to her. That's a very basic understanding of how this business works. Obviously, there's more to it. And if you're serious about doing this and making schmickles like these, you know, it could start off slow, but then with time, you can scale your business and make more schmickles, like 30K days. I mean, anything's possible, right? It's just how much effort you put into this business. But yeah, if you're serious about learning, DM me on Instagram. I don't bite and I respond to everybody. Just think, if a lazy bum can make millions of dollars working 1 hour per day, so can you. Not right away, but eventually it's possible. To be honest, money's on your mind, so just think, making money online doesn't have to be that complicated. Shit, I spilled some. I don't know about you guys, but I love making schmickles, especially when I don't work for them. Here's how I make fuck you money selling envelopes to grandmas on Facebook. Damn, does it? I don't know about you, but I'm 22 and I like making schmickles while I'm fucking sleeping. 22 years old and 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Just wait. 1, 2, 3. 22 years old and I make from 200.
Man, it's not just real estate, but in any business. The only reason why people shift, people change a certain business model to a different one, unhappy and unsatisfied. It's either consume their time too much, they're not making enough money, or they make a lot of money, but they consume a lot of their time, and then they figure out, hey, there's another business model that makes me more money, less time, or give me the life that I want. That's why they shift. Is unhappy or unsatisfied. That's the only reason why you would seek for something else. Because if you're happy and satisfied with what you're making, what you're doing, why would you seek for anything else? You wouldn't. Same thing when you're looking at a market. If it worked for them, then they just keep on expanding. But it doesn't. That's why they just come back and zone in.
Young people now, all the time, if you are even fucking remotely a savage, you'll run these people over. If you are even remotely a savage, you'll run over every one of these kids in this next generation. It's easy to sit around and fucking cry about every day. Get out there and get what you develop the savage. I think you have it or you don't.
Some of you need to go to the other side of the world so you can actually see how people live and how they actually make their money. In my country, people would have to work 10 to 12 hours a day just to make what you make here, flipping a burger in 1 hour. Now, I do believe that people can toughen up, but they have to go through the tough time. And as a parent, you need to stop stepping in.
College is this $50,000 to $250,000 investment. On average, it's also 5 years to get through college. That model doesn't produce rich people. That's what poor people do.
Take two same person. One decided to go to college. One decided to go get a J.O. a B. The first year, that college student would have $50,000. These guys are doing it multiple.
You don't care about judgment and what people think or say about you. You become fearless and happy.
I'm a licensed realtor in Illinois.
So for those of you, if you're in Illinois or Oklahoma, where they're like, hey, in Illinois, you can only wholesale one house a year without a realtor license. Once you have a realtor license, you can wholesale as many as you want. If you want me to do a video on double closing, just make sure you comment below.
Probably you need script tracing or to get the information through the script tracing. In Illinois, like some of them you find that some of them they are non-disclosed, you know what I mean?
Right.
Most likely you could find the information as a contact, phone number,
Got it.
emails, so you can reach out. Yeah,
You got it, dude. So if I were you, dude, this is what I would target, man. So I would go expire listing, dude, but go 7 to 8 years back. Because 7 to 8 years ago, dude, house price is a lot cheaper than what it is now. So that's what I would do, dude. Go hit up expired listing.
I'm alright.
Calling is the cheapest and the quickest way for you to get in front of the seller. If you send letters, it costs about $1. Postcard gonna cost you about 50 cents. And you're talking about mailing time. So it takes a while, man. You see, everything work. The question is, do you work and how long do you stay committed? How many phone calls have you made, bro? I mean, 3,000 phone calls. No deal. No deal. That's persistent. Probably 20 years. They say no persistent. Did you even have a dialer or did you just punch one number at a time? Before, when Jacob recommended to me after 3 months, I get every day I was punching the phone number. Yeah, and Jacob recommended me. A lot of sellers say yes, but I couldn't. You couldn't close. And I couldn't speak. When I speak, it get tight right here. So what I did is that I took your script and I read it out loud until my jaw dropped. and then I got better at talking now. Here's what you need to do, bro. Dude, it seems you got a lot of potential deal in your pipeline. So all those sellers that you're gonna call back, dude, if it doesn't work the price, do an ovation. If you have trouble with novations, here's what I want you to do. I want you to reach out to Jericho and say, hey, bro, let's do some deals together. Get Jericho. You want to get to the next level? You know what? You got to upgrade and update your skill set. Just leave it on exit and sell for 20. Angie, I appreciate it. Angie deserved this. So, really happy. So, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Come on, you fucking loser. Fucking bitch. Fucking fag. Fucking faggot ass bitch. Bitch. Fuck. Fag. Hey, you at? Oh man, fucking bitch. Faggot ass pussy.
these funny stories and history that we have on how we went from nothing. Why do we come over here? What were we fighting? Why did we start America? What happened to America? Is it getting worse? Is it getting better? Who's pitching the story that it's getting worse? Do we not have 90% of values and principles that we share in common? Who all of a sudden try to pin us against each other? Why are they doing it? What is the job of an enemy? You think the enemy wants America to stay united or divided? The enemy wants America to be the divided states of America, not the United States.
Patrick Bet David is an Iranian-American serial entrepreneur and founder and CEO of Valuetainment. Patrick is of Armenian and Assyrian descent, and as a child escaped Iran with his family. Patrick's family ended up living in a refugee camp in Erlangen, Germany for about 2 years. Eventually, they settled in Glendale, California in 1990. After high school, Patrick joined the U.S. military and served in the 101st Airborne Division. Once out of the military, Patrick developed salesmanship skills selling health club memberships as a manager at Bally Total Fitness. He joined Morgan Stanley Dean Witter the day before 9/11 and left a year later to become a financial advisor at Transamerica. Before the age of 30, Patrick had already begun building his business empire. He founded HP Agency in October 2009, a financial services marketing company which has grown to more than 27,000 agents in 49 states. Bet David's YouTube channel is both motivational and educational. It features interviews with a wide variety of guests, ranging from politicians like Rod Blagojevich and Anthony Weiner to athletes like Shaq, Magic Johnson, and Kobe Bryant. Patrick is the embodiment of the American dream with a first-hand understanding of what it takes to go from rags to riches. Whether it's authors, mobsters, or movie stars, Patrick's passion and unapologetic approach to controversial conversations has attracted an audience of millions across the globe. His weekly PBD podcast is a top business podcast in the country. His new book, Choose Your Enemies Wisely, Business Planning for the Audacious Few, will be coming out this December. In this episode, we discuss his viral interview with Andrew Tate, the wonders of capitalism, how to conduct a fascinating interview, and what it takes to become a part owner of the New York Yankees. Patrick, thanks so much for stopping by. It's great to see you.
Thanks for having me. It's good.
It's been a while. We were
Yes.
at different locations last time we saw one another.
It was off of Ventura in LA like 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, that's right. And things have grown for both of us since then.
No
So
question.
how's Florida treating you?
I'm in love. I'm in love. You know, for me, Florida is, we lived in LA 20 some years. We lived in Dallas 5 years. If Texas and California had a baby, it would be Florida. So we're in love. We love this place.
That's awesome. And so you've been busy of late. So obviously, your interview with Andrew Tate made extraordinary kind of international news. So why don't we start with that? Well, how did you decide that you wanted to interview Andrew in the first place?
So the first one was, him and I were having a conversation. We've been communicating for over 3 or 4 years, even when he was a little bit smaller. And then I noticed, you know, they were targeting him. Hey, he's doing this, he's doing that. I said, listen, why don't we do an interview together? And then we flew out and we found a local, in a halfway Madrid. You know, we didn't go to Romania. We met in Madrid. We found a cigar lounge. We went all the way to the top. We shut the place down. And we talked to him for 5.5 hours. And by the time you're done, you're like, I like this guy. Off camera, you're like, and obviously his personal life, some of the decisions he makes, maybe you wouldn't make or some other person wouldn't make. But a lot of the values and what he's presenting, you can't argue. Young men are looking for that, especially nowadays. There's a lot of boys that are looking for an older brother or a father figure, and his messaging keeps resonating with them. That was the first one that we did. And then the second one that we did during Romania, when he got out, his lawyer and I accidentally, we found out we went to high school together, 4 years apart, okay? And I had her on, and then his PR people and I were in communication while they were in, and then they said, Andrew would like to talk to you first when he gets out. I said, great. He got out, we communicated, boom, let's do it Romania, we're coming to you. We took a crew, went to Romania, did the interview, and it was right after BBC did the nice little fancy interview with them trying to get him. And it was so funny. He says, when the BBC folks came here, I told everybody, put your mask on. Are you vaccinated? How come you don't have your mask on? I don't feel safe with you. Put your mask on. Don't get too close to me. He was playing a card on them. But, yeah, I mean, look, Andrew Tate is the kind of guy that the mainstream media loves to hate. It's a great target for them. It's an easy target for them. And he knows how to troll them, how to get under their skin. And anytime you get a guy like that, he's going to get a lot of eyeballs.
So when you interview somebody like Andrew Tate, what kind of prep goes into that? Because obviously we've had people at Daily Wire who've interviewed him as well. And the big controversies that surround him, there's sort of two sets. There's one that's about his views, which are interesting and certainly heterodox.
Yeah.
What I've said about his views from his public expression of them is that I agree with many of his diagnoses and very few of his prescriptions. So many of his diagnoses of secular feminism and third wave feminism and the destruction of society, I think a lot of those are true. And then I think sort of the way that he treats the questions, the answers are very often wrong. Meaning that my answer to that would be get married, have kids, build a family unit. That's how you build a society. It's not through sort of, how many women can I attract or how much money can I make, and that shouldn't be your gauge of success. In other words, so there's the controversy about his views, which people can argue over, and then there's obviously the bigger controversy over his actual activities. What do you make of some of the compilation videos that have come out of him talking about, for example, his Loverboy method, or some of the things that he was using to get girls involved?
What is the Loverboy method? Let's unpack the Loverboy method. It's what? It's using persuasive lines to get a girl to fall in love with you. Is that the Loverboy method? If that's the Loverboy method, 90% of men who are 18 years old, 20 years old, who have no clue how to get a girl, would love to learn that language. It's not an easy language to pick up. It's not for everybody. For example, a lot of people watch. How many people can be a Ben Shapiro? How many viral videos do you have? How many videos have gone? Ben Shapiro destroys, just add whatever the word is next, 10 million views, 50, that's all you got to put, and just let it rip and you'll go, right? How many people can be like Ben? Why do people watch you? Why are people so enamored by you? Because they wish they can kind of be like a Ben. They wish they can kind of talk like a Ben. They wish they can kind of, the guy putting his hand on your shoulder, you put him in his place, and, you would Pierce, years ago, I don't know what that was, 10, 11 years ago, boom, you put, hit him in his place. You went with so many different examples. So take a Ben. I know this is a different example, weird example to give you. You and Andrew Tate are actually very similar, okay? The only difference is, your wordsmith is with values and principles, conservative belief, and you were raised in an environment where a mom and a dad, I think your dad was a composer, your mom, these are people that executive, in Hollywood or production company she's working at. You had a little bit more stability. He did not have stability. Both of you know how to communicate. Both of you know how to sell your message. Both of you are witty. Both of you know how to challenge the status quo. Both of you know how to push the envelope. Both of you know how to get under someone's skin. Both of you know how to push back on authority because they're telling you what you're doing. You better do it this way or else. Both of you are somewhat anti-establishment. So I don't think there's a difference between the two of you. The only difference is your upbringing, mom and dad, environment. As a man, when you're younger, and you have a woman that publicly humiliates you or breaks your heart or leaves you for another man or, does something to you that's embarrassing, men react to that in a different way. Some men react to that and they're just kind of like, I'm going to turn it on the girls, and for every girl I ever date, I'm going to treat them and get back to them. Really, you're not really get back to her. She didn't do anything to you, getting back to your ex because she hurt you, right? Some guys are like, well, maybe I'm not good enough. And I'm never going to get a girl, and I'm just not going to date, and I'm just going to stay single. Another one's going to settle. Everyone reacts in a different way. I've asked him this question many times. I said, so who broke your heart? And he'll kind of go through it, won't give a lot of details about it. But, if somebody broke his heart, I'm assuming the way he took it is, I'm going to get back to for the rest of your life, and I'm going to show you how big I'm going to be, how successful I'm going to be, and all these exes who hurt me for the rest of their lives are going to go through this. That's what I think he did. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. Lifestyle-wise, the way he makes money, I think there's a lot of different ways to make money. Some you agree with, some you don't agree with. In his environment where he is, that is not an abnormal way of making money. It's not the traditional way of making money, but there's many camera, girls that you do that with, and there's a lot of guys that do that in that country. There's a reason why he's in Romania. And then the last thing I would add to you is the first time I interviewed with him, when the interview was done, I walked away, and when we went back to the hotel, I met him and I met Tristan. I went back to the hotel and I said, I think I even asked him on the first question, I said, I think someone in the Muslim faith is influencing you. Because the language he's talking about the language that I remember living in Iran, where that was the language, where it's men here, women here, you better or else. And it's not maybe you better or else. It's my job is to protect you. Your job is to have kids, and that's it. That's the relationship we have. And that's where I felt the influence was taking place, where he went from being the guy that was the fighter, then a lot of women, then he's trying to see what he's going to be doing, then he found a way to make his money, then he's getting all this fame with the camera because he's got a way of speaking, and then he's like, okay, there's a lot of chaos going on in my life, I better settle down. I no longer want to play like I did at 25 or 30. I got to get my act together. I want to have this, I want to have that. And he kind of tried to figure out a way to settle down by converting to Islam and Muslim. But I felt like someone was in his ear from that faith.
So I don't want to make this interview about Andrew Tate because obviously I can ask Andrew
Sure,
Tate
yeah.
those questions. But the real question is, how do you prep for the kinds of interviews that you do?
Oh,
So, I mean, that's,
absolutely.
That's you've interviewed such a wide range of people.
Right.
Kobe Bryant to Andrew Tate. It's
Right.
a pretty big gamut. So how do you prep for those sorts of interviews, and how do you decide where to push back, where not to push back, and all that sort of stuff?
So the way I do an interview is I depend on what it is. Let's just say it's somebody that's a topic-driven interview. I'm bringing somebody that we're specifically going to talk about an issue. I'm only studying that issue and a little bit of the person's bio, their expertise, because I know who that person is. So it's more issue-driven. It's less personality-driven. That's a different style of an interview than if I'm interviewing you. I'm interviewing you based on you. You're the product. The topic's not the product. You're the product, right? So if I'm studying the topic, I want to know your background. I want to know motives. I want to know tipping point decisions. I want to know what affected you. I want to know what decisions you made, why you made it. I want to know different angles. It's just I got a series of 20 questions. I'll rank the 20 questions that I got, and my questions will rank from the most important top 3 questions I want to ask you, and then everything sequences down, right? Then you have to kind of put a maze. I'm going to go here first, then I'm going to go here, then here, then here, then I'm going to go here, and then eventually I'm going to go here because this was a question I always wanted to ask. But you're not going to ask this question first. You ask that question like question number 7. Like when I had Anthony Weiner on, the question I wanted to ask him was maybe question number 11. But it was my number 1 question. But because he started off so abrasive, number 11 became number 3. No problem. If you want to have that, we can do that as well. But you made number 11 3. Preferably, I would like to keep 11 11. So sometimes in the middle of the interview, you may pivot based on what direction the interview is going with the individual, and then you go from there. But it's different if I'm doing topic versus personality.
So, obviously everybody comes to this particular job that we do with a set of values. What are your core values that you're bringing into the interviews that I think are the prism through which you view the person who you're interviewing? Where do those values come from?
So I've lived a very weird life. So for me, I'm less judgmental on the individual because I understand not everybody lives the same life. I lived in Iran 10 years, and my parents got divorced twice. My mom and dad were married. My sister's born. Then they get a divorce. Then they get remarried to each other. Then I'm born. Then they get divorced. So that's my mom and dad. My mom's family, majority of them, they were all part of the Tudeh party in Iran, communist. And they were all about Karl Marx. A lot of these guys were people that maybe escaped Russia, and they came down, to whether they escaped Russia or Leningrad or Baku or any of that, and they came down to Tehran, Iran, or Bandar Pahlavi back in the days. Rasht was a city that's North Iran, that's close to Caspian Sea, the best caviar in the world. And so they became communists. They've been communists because they kind of like the way Russia's system was. All these rich people, they're greedy. All they care about is money. We're about community. Let's come together. We don't have to work that hard. Let's spend more time together. And my dad's side, there are Syrians, original Assyrians. So I speak Aramaic, so I'm Syrian, Bet David, all of that. So they're more imperialist. He was more about the Shah. He was more about the king. He was more about, poor people are lazy. My mom was rich people are greedy. So they're debating each other constantly, right? And then I had some interesting characters in my family. Some made money in an interesting way, bootlegging, whatever, in Iran at that time. And one was a physicist who was a math guy who would have a pipe and Einstein thing behind him, painting behind him, and he had shotguns. And every time we'd come to his house, he's always reading these physics book, right? Everything about him was about math. So that had an influence. Then war takes place in Iran. We're living in the capital. We're being bombed on. One time 160-something times in a day. And I'm going to an Armenian school, Gulbenkian, and you're hearing the whistling sound. So then we escape Germany. We escape Iran. We go to Germany. 6 weeks after Khomeini dies in 89, I think it's like July 15th, we go to Germany, 89. And I live at a refugee camp in Germany, in Erlangen for a year and a half. Then we come to the States here. And when I come to the States here, I'm like, hey, I cannot believe this is how this life is, how great America is. And then I go to high school, then I joined the Army, and I grew up watching Mob, and I wanted to be a bodybuilder. And we always watched, Godfather or Carlito's Way or, Scarface and sports. And we're talking about sports earlier with your interest in wanting to be a sports owner in the future. Very interesting. I'm looking forward to celebrating that with you, which was an interesting conversation to have. But so anyways, the people around me were always weird and different. So I was able to befriend the 4.5 GPA kid and the captain of the football team and the teacher who gave me an F and the teacher who was a math teacher. We would have conversations, and the head coach and the counselor and the Army recruiter and the cops. It didn't matter. I had relationships with all these guys. And because there was no judgment, we can sit down and have conversations together. So my approach to the way we're doing interviews is people feel safer sitting down with us. Well, maybe they wouldn't feel safer in a different place. Like one week I'll have Cenk, and people are upset at me because I had Cenk. Next week I have Alex Jones. You know, one week I'll have Charlie Kirk. Oh my God, I can't believe we'll have Charlie Kirk. Next week I got Chris Como. We're okay doing that. That's very norm for us to have the conversation, and people know where I stand. I'm a capitalist. I love America. This is the greatest country in the world. I'm a military guy, so you know where I stand with guns. You know, when it comes down to taxes, I have very strong opinion on taxes, very strong opinions on family, values, principles. You know, our incentive program right now on how it's, you know, encouraging people to have kids, single mother, all this stuff, I have very strong philosophies in. But in regards to the media, how we're building the media, the main basis is capitalism. And anything can be built on the main, you know, core values and principles that we have is capitalism. We believe you can go out there and build as big of a business or small of a business and make as much or as little money as you want to make, or you can be a supporter in the role of building Daily Wire. You can be a consultant, you can be an outsider, you can be a, you know, independent contractor, you can be an employee, you can be an executive, you can get a piece of the company eventually when it goes public or it sells, you get a check. There's so many ways within a capitalistic society to win. That's our core foundation, and obviously a bunch of different things comes with it.
So one of the big issues you've been talking about, because you talk so much about capitalism in business, is the infiltration of ESG into business. And this is something that I think took a lot of conservatives by surprise over the course of the last 10 years. There's this belief system, at least when I was growing up, that there are certain institutions in the society that lean left. The universities lean left, the media lean left, Hollywood lean left, obviously. When it came to corporate America, the idea was you were going to go into business, and then you were going to deal with the real world, where you had to pay taxes and you had to make payroll, and this was going to make you conservative. And now, for a lot of conservatives, it feels like that's not what corporate America is. Corporate America has basically engaged in corporatism, where they're working hand in glove with members of the government in order to get special advantages, and then the other half of that deal is they have to promote left-wing viewpoints on everything from environmental to social. So how deep do you think the infiltration of ESG has been, and how dangerous is it?
Oh, it's extremely deep. But the answer is they're not going to win. They're not going to win long term because people are starting to get exposed to it, and they're learning more about it, and even they're saying, hey, let me back off a little bit. You know, Larry thinks that ESG is being, you know, it's being bullied a little bit, and people are not liking it. It's getting a black eye, and Elon Musk on the other end said the S stands for satanic, or even, you know, Charlie Munger says, look, I love Larry Fink. I think he's a great guy, but I don't want Larry Fink as an emperor. I want him as a friend. I don't want him as an emperor. And Larry Fink kind of, you know, BlackRock, what they're trying to build. So here's the part where I have a problem with it, is this guy, Larry, goes and majors in political science. He's not a money guy. He wanted to get into politics. That's his major. But then he learns how to make money because he's a numbers guy as well. Then he makes money. He loses his first $100 million. I think he's 36 years old. Then he comes back, learns a special skill. I think he teams up with Schwartzman. Eventually they make money. At one point they split because Schwartzman wanted to keep the whole company to themselves. You know, Fink wanted to get equity. We'll go our separate ways. And then Fink obviously turns BlackRock into a $10 trillion of assets under management. To put that in perspective, you know, only U.S. and China have a bigger GDP. 10 trillion is a lot of money. Now, 10 trillion is not their money. It's money they're managing. So it's institutional money. $1 million from here, 18 million from here, 48 million from here, 32 million from here. It's institutional, but they make the decision on what they do with your money. So then they choose, and you look across the board, the amount of reach that they have, whether it goes to, you know, military. So you're talking about Raytheon, Boeing, General Dynamics, you know, all these guys where they are the top 3 to 4 shareholders in those companies through their ETFs or through their institutional money. And in Hollywood, you go into so many different businesses. You look at 88%, I think it's 88% of S&P 500 companies, they're the top 3 shareholders in those companies. Imagine that kind of influence and control. So now, if you're doing that, what influence do you have? Hey, we better not put that guy there because we're not going to get more money from them. We better not do this. And then you add George Soros, who Open Society Foundation he starts, and he's worth $7 billion, which I think he's given us $7 billion to his son, 38, 39-year-old son. And George Soros, over the years, last 30 years, he's given Open Society Foundation $32 billion is what he's given to them. Then they came up with a way to do this DEI score, you know, diversity, equity, inclusive, which, by the way, when we were selling our insurance company, we built an insurance company with 45,000 agents. We sold it a year ago to Silver Lake and Integrated Marketing. Very happy with the partnership that we have with them. But a couple of the meetings that we had, Ben, was interesting because our insurance company, when we started it, at the time, the average insurance agent was a 56-year-old white male. Okay, our company is, the average agent is a 34-year-old Hispanic female. It's a high volume recruiting company, and we targeted women, Hispanics, and younger audience through social media. We go in a meeting in Fort Worth, big family office, $21 billion. And they're sitting there saying, look, we are very interested in the company. We'd like to buy the company. I said, what's your main reason for wanting to buy the company? And he starts talking, well, listen, of course, you guys have built a good business. The EBITDA is good. The profit margins are good, et cetera, et cetera. And it doesn't help that you guys have a very high DI score, because we don't. We're 99% white. And if we get a company like yours in the marketplace, look at the way they're making the decision. Not the decision of, this is a good EBITDA, we can grow this, we can, buy it for 13 times EBITDA, but we can sell it for 20 times EBITDA if we put it in the portfolio. So this is the part where DEI score, CEI score, corporate equity index, where a Philip Morris gets a higher rating on their ESG score than a Tesla with what Elon is doing. Now people are waking up and saying, this doesn't make sense. And in Hollywood now, where they're forgetting the fact that originally the reason why people went to Hollywood is because Hollywood was originally New Jersey under Thomas Edison. Most movies in America were being produced in Jersey through Thomas Edison, but Thomas Edison regulated the industry of motion pictures so much that the guy said, we're leaving Jersey. And they all went to Burbank, and they made Burbank and Glendale, Burbank and Hollywood, the hub to make movies. Great, you got away from the mess, you went over there. Now, the same thing is repeating itself, where in Hollywood, if you want to be nominated for an Oscar, I'm sure you saw this, a third of your actors have to be part of the, underrepresented community, whether it's black, whether it's Hispanic, whether it's disability, whether it's LGBTQ, whether it's American Indian with Native American, all this stuff, and even the editors, the cutters, all this stuff. So that means the last however many Oscar-winning movies, none of them would win today. This just doesn't make any sense today, what they're doing. So the more this hypocrisy keeps becoming public, the average person sits there and says, yeah, I don't buy this. This doesn't make any sense. So now McDonald's removes ESG off their website. Now all these companies are removing, and even BlackRock is no longer using the word ESG. And S&P 500 said we're no longer looking at the ESG score. It's not something we're looking at. 2-3 weeks ago they announced this. So common sense eventually prevails.
Gets more on that in just 1 second. First, I want to talk to you about DailyWire's most trusted privacy partner and the premier sponsor of this show, ExpressVPN. Did you notice that big tech companies today are masquerading as privacy companies? Just fix your privacy settings, turn off app tracking, all good, right? Are we supposed to believe that the big bad tech wolf is now turned into sweet grandma? Well, big tech literally feeds on your information. This is how they make their money. Sure, maybe they'll release a feature now and then that does some good, but collecting and selling off your data, well, that's what big tech does. It's literally what they do to make money. To protect myself against big tech's prying eyes, I use ExpressVPN. When you use the ExpressVPN app on your computer or phone, you're hiding your unique IP address. Websites can't use that address to find out your real location or track what you do online. On top of that, ExpressVPN encrypts and reroutes 100% of your online activity, so your internet provider, Wi-Fi admin, and hackers can't see it. The best part? How easy it is to use. It takes one click to protect all your devices. One ExpressVPN subscription covers up to 5 devices at the same time, so you can protect your entire family as well. That's why ExpressVPN is rated #1 by CNET, Wired, TechRadar, and countless others. Today's the day. Get the VPN I trust. Protect my online privacy. Head on over to expressvpn.com/Ben. Get 3 extra months for free. That's expressvpn.com/Ben. So how much do you think that was all sort of the privilege of easy money? Meaning that for 20 years, you could basically borrow at no margin. I mean, you're borrowing at 2%, 3%. The Fed rate didn't exist. I mean, up until the last year, you were able to basically just take money for free.
Yeah.
And so that allows you to play all these sorts of stupid games. In a time when interest rates have tightened a fair bit, people are going to be a lot more careful with their money. Instead of looking just at, ESG or DEI scores, they're actually going to be looking at things like EBITDA, and you would hope that that'll have some impact. I'm on the board of a NASDAQ-traded company, and one of the things that we have to certify is that a certain number of our board members are females or minorities or gay or whatever it is. But at a certain point, people are also going to realize, even at the NASDAQ, that, you're losing a lot of companies that otherwise would be doing great on your index fund that, can't make that cutoff. And when the money is hard to come by, it's a lot harder to start pushing these sort of empty principles to show your cocktail buddy friends that you're a really nice guy who believes all the right things.
Yeah, again, it's not going to work. Bad policies have consequences. So California sitting there saying, well, here's what we're going to do in California. We're going to be doing this. We're going to be forcing everybody to take the vaccine. We're going to put masks on. We're going to be responsible. We're going to be shutting down restaurants. And DeSantis on this side is like, no, you're open. Disney World, you're open. So Disney World does well. Disneyland does bad. Bob Iger says, I'm getting off the board of helping Newsom. He was originally trying to help him. Then after Newsom made the announcement with all these parks being closed, He's like, I'm off your board. So Bob Iger's in the middle. Whether he's a Democrat, he's a registered Democrat, and he defends the democratic values. He's a smart guy to sit there and say the conservative values during COVID were better for business than the liberal values for COVID. And what happened in California, first time since 1851, they lose all these folks and they lead California to different states. I think the number one beneficiary was Texas, and then it was Nevada or whatever these states are. I think number 5 or 6 was Florida, because they're coming all the way over here. A lot of the New York and Jersey guys came here. But COVID was the best case study, if you think about it. COVID showed us what policies don't work. COVID showed us right now, Florida, they're targeting Governor DeSantis, and they're saying all these teachers don't feel safe teaching in the state of Florida. These anti-woke policies make me very uncomfortable. Well, guess what? Go to California. Newsom welcomes you. Go for it. So the parents that are in California right now are saying, no, we don't want more of these people to come. So the parents in California either have to protest, they have to stand out, they have to do a nationwide, statewide protest, which is take your kids out of school for one straight month and create different Zooms of parents who are teachers and do some kind of homeschooling. And if you can do that in the state of California for a month straight, and then you can go to Sacramento protesting outside and do a big podcast and get all the eyeballs to Newsom, we're not leaving until you come and talk to us, and that gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Hey, what policies are you making changes to for the state of California? Or else 1 month, they're going to feel the pain. So it's getting to that point where these policies are being exposed. We're going back to the question you're asking about easy money. What happened with this whole 128-month economic expansion? 0% interest rates, 0, 1%, 0.5%, fake money, print. Yeah, go finance, buy this house for nothing, buy that house for nothing, buy this, buy that, and let's keep investing, let's keep making money. It's fake money. It's not real money. The debt keeps increasing. This is not real money. And then the moment rates go up, right now the refinance market is at a 27-year low. 27-year loan refi. What kind of money are mortgage brokers making right now? The 7.2% 30-year fixed interest rate. They're not, right? Although it's a good time to buy, it's not a good time to refi, but it's a good time to buy property.
Only if you're all cash.
Only if you're all cash, and if you can find some of the desperate situations, because still people have some savings left.
Yeah, and the prices haven't dropped nearly
They have
as much
not
as they're
dropped.
going to.
No, they have
It's a
not.
sticky market.
But they're going to, though. Because once people run out of savings, then you have to make a desperate sale.
Right.
And when you make that desperate sale, it's going to be a different economy. So again, going back to it, you have to give them props. Like a guy asked me a question yesterday. He says, Pat, do you think they're going to do COVID shutdown 2.0 for the election for 2024? I said, if they can get away with it, of course they're going to do it. What are you saying? I said, give props to your enemy for having better strategies than you. Give props to the enemy for doing things that you're not willing to do. I said, it's almost at a point right now where, you ever seen the movie American Gangster?
Mm-hmm.
The story about Frank Lucas? You know the scene where he's having breakfast with his brothers and his cousins, and he notices a guy that hasn't paid him the 10 points, and he goes out, say, hey, where's my money? He hasn't given it. I'm not going to give you the 10%, and then takes the gun, shoots him, comes back down, wipes his hands, puts $1 on the ground, opens the door, sits down, starts having breakfast with his cousins, and as if nothing happened. It's as if they're doing that, and they're saying, what are you going to do about it? Do something about it. What are you going to do? You ain't going to do nothing about it, right? But what happened to Frank Lucas? He eventually got caught. You're not going to be able to do this forever. No bully gets away with it permanently. What a bully does that most people don't realize, you wake up the wrong kind of people. Here's what the wrong kind of people are. There are different kind of people. There are those that fight no matter what the season is. They're always going to fight. Oh, you can't do that. You can't do this. No way. This is not fair. That's that crowd, right? They're always doing that. But it's a small minority. It's not a big community. Then there's those that wake up because those guys inspired them to want to fight. So you inspire millions to want to fight, and they join your fight, right? Then there's those that are sitting there not doing anything, but then once the bully starts bullying the people that can no longer fight for themselves, then those guys wake up. You do not want to wake up those guys. They're waking up those guys. Those guys don't play around. Those guys are going to wake up, and they're fighting each other. More and more people are coming together. Like we just had a conference last week with Tom Brady. We had it at the Vault Conference at the Diplomat. 3,000 people from 60-plus countries showed up from different industries, and we went through a 200-page manual on how to run a business, scale, raise money, all this stuff. It's truly an entrepreneurship audience that we have. But then you would be amazed how many of them are wanting to talk policies. Small business owners. Here's what's going on in my state. Here's what's going on in my country. more people are looking at this message and saying, this is what I need more of right now because they're controlling me in XYZ or such and such place. And you wake up those types of people and they find each other. We, the people, have a great track record. They win. But unfortunately, before they win, a lot of people get destroyed before they end up rising up and winning.
So you seem a lot more optimistic than a lot of the people that I talk to. You know, obviously we look at our politics, and it seems like things are pretty broken. I mean, the next election cycle, it looks like right now, if you had to put money on it, it looks like Trump versus Biden, which means a recast of 2020. You have a president who does not appear to be mentally there, and who is, you know, pretty clearly in bed with his son and their corruption problems. And then you have another presidential candidate who is deeply unpopular by every polling statistic with the American people, and who has a bunch of legal issues hanging over his head going into the election. And it seems like a lot of Americans are both simultaneously enervated by this, they're just not that interested, but also really upset about it, because they're both discouraged, because is this a thing I really want to go through again? But at the same time, they're really ticked that maybe the other guy on the other side is going to win. And so there's this very kind of ugly sentiment that seems to be rising, where no matter who wins, half the country is going to be ragingly upset about it. How do you think the election is going to go? What do you make of it?
I mean, it's not going to be pretty. It's going to get nasty. It's going to get nastier by the month. Every month goes by, it's going to get uglier and uglier and uglier. Unfortunately, on the right, no one has figured out a way on the right to connect emotionally with the voter. Then maybe one candidate has been able to connect with the voter emotionally. I would put Vivek at the top, emotionally. Put Trump aside for a second, right, as an alternative. You got Vivek at the top that knows how to sell the dream. He doesn't say no to anybody. He'll go to the enemy. He will not just go sit down with people that agree with him. He'll go to anybody. He'll go to Pac-Man. He'll go to Lemon. He'll go to CNN, MSNBC. If you're willing to have him, he'll come talk to you, and he'll stand toe-to-toe. We respect that. We value that because we don't have that with our current president. Our current president will only sit with people that agree with him. So did Obama. He only sat with people that agree with him. And so you look at this and say, okay, I respect the fact that Vivek is doing this. Now, is America ready for a president to be Hindu? When we did our town hall, somebody asked him the question. He gave his answer. And Shamat shared that video yesterday for the audience to kind of think, hey, if he can give this kind of answer and he can win people over at this point, maybe he has a shot. Then you got Nikki Haley that connected emotionally with women at the debate. I thought it was a very good move, what she did. And it was the way she did it, she got the support of the people that are pro-abortion, that are pro-choice, that are pro-life, that are younger, older. I thought her messaging of connecting with that audience was exceptional on what she did. I'm not a Nikki Haley person. I don't wake up and say, cannot wait to go campaign for Nikki Haley. But I respect the person that gets up and gives a great argument. She did that. DeSantis needs to sell America better. He needs to be better at persuading and getting people to win them over. I feel like DeSantis, sometimes when you watch him talk, I get a feeling he's walking on eggshells. And no one knows why he's walking on eggshells. Maybe it's because of himself. Maybe it's because his entire life he's had to be perfect, because he's been following this trajectory of one day being a president. God forbid he makes that one mistake. And if he does, it's going to come back and they're going to share it with other people and all this other. He's afraid of it, right? And then you have Trump, who is the complete opposite of DeSantis. He could care less. Matter of fact, he's disappointed if you don't bring up that one girl he was with 40 years ago. How dare you forget about that one or this one? You should bring the other one up. And, you know, the stories about him potentially leaking the pictures of his wife, how a very different kind of a guy. Like, imagine you doing that and say, hey, look at my picture of my wife and how beautiful. It's just insane, right? It's so unorthodox. But unfortunately, you're living in a time where the challenge that we have, Ben, is you and I don't get to pick and choose our, we get to vote for them. But, you know, the perfect world of one, you know, America needs another Ronald Reagan. Okay, great. You keep waiting for that guy. Or did you really read Reagan's story? Do you remember where Reagan was when his daughter was born? Have you read the books? You think Reagan walked on water? Was Reagan the guy that was like the second coming of Jesus? Is that what we put as the standard? You know what happens when people put a standard of Reagan being perfect? Here's what it does. It makes the next generation say, I'm not going to run because I'll never reach at his level. Versus saying we all have flaws. We all have mistakes. It actually inspires more people to want to get in the ring instead of wanting to just be such a perfect person to go want to run. No, I remember when I went to a church, I went through 27 churches until I found one that I can go to. Every church I went to, the standard was perfection. Walking on water. Ben, you're going to hell for all the sins you've committed, and if you don't, blah, blah, blah. And I remember one time I sat down with a guy, and I'm 22 years old. I'm dating a girl from Hollywood, and she's beautiful, and he's part of this church called the Los Angeles Church of Christ that eventually the guy came out and says we're a cult. Because they said the only way we can go to heaven is through our church. So I'm meeting this guy, Edward. And we're sitting there. He says, so let me ask you a question. I said, yeah. He says, when's the last time you and your girlfriend had sex? I said, right before this meeting. He says, you're serious? I said, yeah. I said, I'm not a Christian. I said, just right before we came here, we're clean, we wash our hands, but right now we're here with you. And he says, wow, you're not going to go to heaven. I said, really? Yeah. Wow. It's pretty bad. I'm not going to make it to heaven. He says, if you want, you have to stop having sex right now. I'm 22 years old. My entire life, I've lived a set of standards that has nothing to do with a faith, right? So this guy wants to get me to suddenly, like this, go drop all my habits and all this other stuff. Now I'm like, you know what? I'm good. I step away. I leave. You know what happens 2 years later? Watch what happens 2 years later. Same girl I'm with. I want to get married. I want to have a wife and kids. And my entire dream since I was 6 years old was to be a father. I had a family that was messy, so we never had stability in the family. So at 24 years old, that same girl that he asked us the question, I go up to her one night and I said, hey, I want us to go a month without having sex. She said, what do you mean? I said, I want to know if we're together because we get along and we love each other, or it's because of the sex. She says, you're joking. I said, I'm not. 1 month later, we broke up. She's happily married right now with a couple kids. I'm happily married right now with 4 kids. It's good to go. We moved on, right? What's the moral of the story? Then, through a certain set of events in my life, I chose to give my life to Christ. Then I became a Christian. Then I chose to change my life with alcohol, the stuff, the lifestyle, the clubbing, the Hollywood, all that stuff. I went a different route. Okay, my life changed. Today, God's grace, blessing, super happy. I don't walk on water. I make a lot of mistakes. I'm not the one that's going to go out there, saying everything that's the right time all the time. I watch Ron, and I say, this guy would make one hell of a president, but he gets in his own way. So when you look at the candidates and the people that we have, unfortunately, there isn't anybody right now that's getting the kind of stuff where people want them to run instead of Trump. As much as you say anything you want to say about Trump, or a lot of people do, they were at, 48, 44, is whatever the number was, 48, 42, and then now it's, 64 to 18, him and DeSantis, where the separation is getting wider and wider and wider, so it's going to end up being Trump. I think what America is saying to us right now, whether you agree with them or not you, the people that are watching, whether you agree with them or not, the ones that voted for Trump, or the ones that didn't, but they can't stand what Biden is doing, they're like, look, man, how many times you got to get after this guy? Let's just say a person says, I voted for Hillary, right? But I know Hillary's got a lot of stuff up. We know the documentary they made about Hillary and Bill Clinton called House of Cards. I don't know if you ever watched that documentary on Netflix. It's a show. If you've never seen House of Cards, have you seen it?
Yes, that I have seen.
Incredible, right? Obviously, it's a show. It's a series, but in other words, it's a documentary, right? And you watch it and you say, where did they get these stories from? Is there an example of somebody that did this? And did somebody live a life like this for you to want to write this? And then Kevin Spacey plays the part, and then Kevin Spacey is playing the guy that's the closest guy to Bill Clinton, who's a charmer, and his wife later on. Kind of interesting when you watch that stuff, right? So some people are saying, look, that guy's not perfect, but you know what? I'm sick of the other side. It's no longer about Democrat against Republican. Right now it's about anti-establishment against the establishment, and I'm not supporting establishment right now. I'm going to vote the anti-establishment side. I think that side of the anti-establishment community is going to want to do something to wake up and vote against the establishment. That's what I think is going to be happening. Now, obviously no one's going to know what's going to happen next 16 months. A lot of people don't want this guy to run, but we're going to see what happens next 16 months.
It's more on this in just 1 second. First, whether we love it or hate it, AI is in fact here to stay. AI is expected to create over 100 million new jobs globally. Some of those jobs include data scientists, product designers, robotics engineers, and surprisingly, tax managers with AI skills. ZipRecruiter is the best way to use AI to help you find people with those skills. ZipRecruiter's AI identifies candidates who are best suited for all kinds of roles. Right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/BenGuest. Want the most qualified candidates? ZipRecruiter will use its powerful AI to find and send you people whose skills and experience match your job. Then ZipRecruiter lets you easily invite them to apply to encourage them to apply sooner. In fact, over 3.8 million businesses have come to ZipRecruiter for their hiring needs. Get the leading edge on hiring with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter will get a quality candidate within day 1. See for yourself. head on over to this exclusive web address. Try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/BenGuest. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/BenGuest. Here at Daily Wire, we are constantly seeking to upgrade our employee base, and that means finding great people, new people, replacing old people. ZipRecruiter can help you do the same. ZipRecruiter is indeed the smartest way to hire. Obviously not going to hold you to it because nobody can make a prediction this far out, or as it turns out at all. But if you were a betting man, where would you put your money, Trump or Biden at this point?
I'm going to put it on the establishment using every single play out of their playbook possible to prevent him from running. They've demonized him. They first went after him and the girls. You know, Karen McDougal, Stormy Daniels is like, yeah, it's my entire life. I'm going to be okay. You guys forgot 88 other girls. But it's fine. You're not a good research team. I would have done a better research than you would. He's probably saying this in his mind. Oh, we're going to go after his steak business went out. He went out of business. That steak business, yeah, what a terrible businessman. And he's just a horrible businessman. He never got, his billions he made, he got lucky. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. All right, we're going to go after, the fact that he's on his third marriage. No problem. Then we're going to go after his kids. He's actually got pretty good kids. Even Hillary Clinton said he's got. We're going to go after the fact that, this guy had a book that was written by someone else that's been on the bestseller list for a couple of days. We're going to go after the fact that on TV his show flopped. No, that was Arnold who flopped after he tried to do The Apprentice and nobody was interested in Arnold saying you're fired. They wanted Trump to fire you. Nobody wanted Arnold to fire you. And then all of a sudden, he puts everything in their face. Fake news, fake this, fake that. So I think we've seen a glimpse of what they've done to him, demonizing him. I think they're about to take that to a whole different level. What happens there, who knows? But I think the demonizing phase is going to go to the next level. So they're going to do their part. Now, sometimes what I think happens, which is an interesting thing when it comes down to war or choosing your enemies wisely, it's a book that's coming out December 5th, is sometimes, everybody has an enemy. You got an enemy. I got an enemy. He has an enemy. Trump has an enemy. Biden has an enemy. The average voter has an enemy. The small liquor store, down the street here's got an enemy. Everybody's got an enemy, right? Sometimes you choose the wrong enemy, and the enemy can steal a decade or two away from you. I think Republicans chose the wrong enemy, and they've screwed up last 20 years. I think Republicans totally missed the mark. They had such a big opportunity. They royally screwed up. I think Republicans lost. I think Christians lost. I think church-going people lost. I think libertarians lost. I think that community lost royally. And I'll explain to you how they lost. For longest time, I would pray for four things: courage, wisdom, tolerance, understanding. Okay? And I'm having a hard time praying for tolerance right now. Because to me, everything's about being intolerant to the madness and what they're doing. Tolerance has been a good word. I can't pray for tolerance right now. Because if you pray for tolerance, God's going to put stuff in your life to be tolerant. And I'm like, no, I don't want to be tolerant to this. I have to be intolerant to this in my own respectful way. Okay, cool. So Christians have been way too tolerant. Church going, it's okay. It's okay. You want to be that way? The Bible was written like that 2 years ago. Not today. It's okay. It's okay. Christians, right? Then you got the scared, the pansy, the soft, the lazy Republicans. You know why soft and lazy? These are guys that made their money, that are living in Palm Beach, and they're afraid to get criticized. Let me just join the country club and be invited to all my liberal parties and kind of act like I'm also as well. Such and such was Obama was a good president, generally a good person. We're being invited to the party, babe. We'll keep voting the other way. Make sure nobody knows. Hey, kids, we keep it a secret as a family. We watch Fox, but you know what? Tell everybody we watch CNN. Okay, those guys are scared. And what do they make their investments into? Let's buy more hotels. Let's buy more real estate. Let's give our money to these other guys. Let them invest the money for us. Okay, you missed the mark on buying media companies. You missed the mark on buying New York Times, buying LA Times. You could have bought WAPO. You could have bought Time Magazine. You could have bought Fortune. You could have bought Forbes Magazine. You could have bought all of these guys, but you didn't, and they did. You could have bought Vice. You could have bought so many different things. They keep picking it up left and right. You're fighting. They have the resources. They're not buying those things up. Okay. Then the last one is the libertarians who say things like, listen, to each his own. As long as you don't bother me, I don't bother you. Do whatever you want to do. I'm okay with it. And libertarians kept empowering the other side. Because they're like, well, since you're okay, can I also teach this to your kid? Whoa, 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 whoa. I never said yes to this, but it's too late because for the last 15 years, they said you're libertarian. To each his own. Now I want to get hold of your kid. I never said this is okay. Okay. But now they're there. So what are you going to do about it now? Well, the fight is officially real. So going back to the enemy, sometimes you think you have a strategy that's going to destroy your enemy, but it's going to strengthen your enemy. And that's what they're doing to Trump. They're thinking what they're doing is hurting him, but it's getting more people to say, you know what? I don't like what you're doing to her. You and I can be at a restaurant. Husband and wife are fighting, okay? And we'll try to mind our own business. Look up, it's a bad fight they're having over there. And then it can be either sex to the other. And you hear the wife say something like this. The wife will say, you're the worst husband in the world. You're the worst father in the world. I should have married John. I don't know why I married you. My mom was right. Marrying you was a waste of time. When I saw you, I saw my dad. I should have never married and made the same mistake my mom made. Well, like, those are pretty hard words. And he says, babe, but I love you, babe. I work 2 jobs. I'm doing my best. And I love you. I want to do everything I can to make. And she keeps going, belittling this man, right? So from a distance while they're fighting, when we can't hear it, maybe we're taking the wife's side. And all of a sudden we go a little here. We're like, oh my God, I feel bad for the man. You know what? I'm going to support him. That's what's happening with Trump. There are people that from the outside want to hate Trump, but they're watching what the other side is all of a sudden doing to him, and as they're getting closer and closer and closer, they're like, that's not cool what you're doing to the guy, man. I don't like that. Beat him fair and square. Don't use the weapon against him. You want to do something like that? Hate to say, I've never in a million years that I think I'm going to support a guy like that, but now I am because I don't like the way you're treating him. So we are Americans. We like redemption. We like forgiveness. We want to see you fall, Ben. You have no idea how bad people want to see you fall. But when you fall, you know what people want to see Ben do? They want to see you rise up and redeem yourself. That's the story of America. It's you go from zero to hero. You're the man, but man, let's get him to fall, boom, to zero. But then the redemption is 10 times bigger than what it was to be the hero. So I don't know. I think we don't get to pick and choose our heroes sometimes. I don't think they fit a mold or box that we want. This person needs to be this and this and this and this and this. It doesn't work that way. Churchill wasn't that way. Many of the characters in the Bible weren't that way. Paul's resume wasn't that way. Saul to Paul to do what he did. So I can't give you the exact answer on who I think it's going to be. I think the level of deceptiveness and dirt is going to go to levels we've never seen before. So the market favors deception, but history favors we the people.
So, as you were kind of talking about that and talking about the fact that the market does favor deception, one of the big problems, obviously, is that post-election, at least, as I mentioned, half the country is not just going to be angry. They're going to believe that the election was rigged. If Trump loses, the entire right is going to believe that the election was rigged, largely because the media are the way that they are, because of the legal cases against Trump, and also because Trump has been saying for several years that the last election was rigged. So everything is primed on the right for that possibility, that if Trump loses, the right is going to explode because they're going to believe that it was stolen. Yep. On the other side, the left is actually, well, they're lying about this. The left, very often the left will say, no, we believe in elections, but they only believe in elections when it's convenient for them to believe in elections. When Stacey Abrams gets defeated in Georgia, she's still the legit governor of Georgia until she actually gets destroyed by Brian Kemp in the latest gubernatorial election. Hillary, of course, never really lost. Hillary was defeated by the Russians.
She's still the president.
Right, she's still the president. Yeah. Exactly. And so if Biden were to lose, then the idea would be that somehow something deeply unjust has happened and you'd have explosion on the other side, which raises the question as to whether the country can actually survive under these conditions. I don't mean that there's going to be full-scale civil war with people going up against each other with guns, but it does mean that the sort of roiling turmoil where people don't want to live anywhere near each other, don't want to be with each other, don't want to be sharing a common standard of Americanness, that feels like that's falling away, and that feels like an exponential increase. I think that's largely happening at the elite level, and I think it's bleeding down to the population level. But where do you see that going? Is there any way for people to come back together?
You ever read the book Barbarians to Bureaucrats, written by Lawrence Miller?
No.
It's a book written 30 years ago. I called the author. I'm like, can I buy the book from you? It's such a great book. But he was not a good marketer, so a lot of people didn't read it. Here's what he talks about. He talks about how the evolution of different societies, organizations, companies, countries that they go through. Here's how it works. First, you have the prophet. The prophet's the founding father, okay? Who's the founding father of Daily Wire? Is it you and Jeremy?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are the founding fathers of
Caleb
Daily
Murray.
Wire. Okay, so founding fathers of America. Okay, you got Washington, Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, all these guys, right? Okay. Then the founding fathers, the next phase, attract barbarians. Sometimes you are the barbarian. Sometimes Jeremy's the barbarian. But somebody comes in us like, let's go take market share. Let's go build it. Let's go build this incredible society, America. Let's go win the war. Let's go win the fight. They're fighters. They're barbarians. They're fiending for a fight, right? So prophets attract barbarians. Prophet casts a vision. Steve Jobs, we're different. Apple, let's go after IBM. Barbarians show up. Jobs is also a barbarian. After barbarians, you attract builders and explorers. Let's build technology. Let's build the headquarters. Let's build a team. Let's build departments. Let's build system flows. Let's do this. Let's do that. What about this? What about that? So you got prophet, attracts barbarians, attracts builders, and let's go into that market. Let's expand internationally. Let's expand into this market, right? So prophet, barbarian, explorer, builder, explorer. Then comes administrator. Let's start making some rules and guidelines, and let's have certain protocols that you can't do this, and before you do this, you have to do this, and you have to get that approved, and you got to get this, and you got to get that. So a 13-page tax code becomes 80,000 pages, right? A small little handbook in NHL after 1972 Philadelphia Flyers becomes 400 pages, because these guys were just destroying everybody. So then after the administrator shows up the bureaucrats and aristocrats. These are the, I'm above you, smart, I know what's best for you, Ben. I went to the right school, I have the right last name. I'm going to make the decisions for you because I know what's good for you, Ben. Trust me. You're going to follow my lead because I'm a bureaucrat. I'm an aristocrat. I work out of a high building. You can't come too close to me. You have to talk through 14 layers before you get a hold of me. There's no way you can talk to me, message me, any of that stuff. So that's that, right? So obviously America right now is at what phase? Bureaucrats and aristocrats. Exactly where we're at. Do you know what he talks about in the book on how to save that society from a downfall? So this is how it goes. Administrator, bureaucrats, aristocrats, it's right here. He says the only way to prevent this thing from falling, many empires have fallen. You go back 70 years, out of the Fortune 500 companies, 7 years, only 50 of them are still in it. So it's like they go out of business. The other 450 went out of business. A synergist has to show up. What's the job of a synergist? Here's a job of a synergist, okay? A synergist has to go back and say, remember what we built this great country on. Remember all the things we overcame. Remember we overcame how many assassination attempts on our presidents? Lincoln, Kennedy, Reagan. Remember what we've overcome as a nation. Remember when Bobby Kennedy gave the speech minutes after MLK got shot. And how is it that he was giving the speech after a black man got shot? He's getting up there. The only person that could relate to a black man was a white man, talking about how his brother was shot and killed by another white man. And that messaging was like, oh my God, we kind of found each other. How is this guy able to get me to mourn through the challenges I'm facing with MLK? And are you kidding me? And that's pretty wild. And then Reagan gets shot. You're in the hospital and says, hey, Doc, are you a Republican or a Democrat? And he says, today, Mr. President, we're all Republicans, right? These funny stories and history that we have on how we went from nothing. Why do we come over here? What were we fighting? Why did we start America? What happened to America? Is it getting worse? Is it getting better? Who's pitching the story that it's getting worse? Do we not have 90% of values and principles that we share in common? Who all of a sudden try to pin us against each other? Why are they doing it? What is the job of an enemy? You think the enemy wants America to stay united or divided? The enemy wants America to be the divided states of America, not the United States. But we have to be aware of this. And more of us have to synergize. Today, I don't know if it pays to be a synergist. I think it pays to be a divider today. If you're a divider, you get more eyeballs. If you're a divider, you get more shares. If you're a divider, you get more, let me just buy my camp. Let me just win my camp over. Let me get them to get the next thing that's going to go, my God, look, did you hear what he said? Let me just convert them versus, no, can I push back my own camp? Hey, guys, can I give you my side? I think our side needs to consider XYZ a little bit. No. Like the other day, I'll never forget this conversation I had with a bunch of different conservatives. I said, look, how do you feel about Muslims and Christians? Whoa. Where are you going with this? I said, okay. We can have the religion debate. No problem. I said, you notice that you can't talk smack about Muslim religion? What happens if you do? They'll push back, they're rowdy, they're this, they're that. Okay. You ever study why Muslims vote Democratic? Why did they vote Democrat? A true Muslim's values and principles, nothing matches on the liberal side. So why do they vote that way? Because what? Oh, because the Republican Party is pro-Israel. Got it. Fair. Okay, Muslim community and Christians, let's have a conversation. Muslims, question. From a Christian man who lived in a country, Iran, that's a Muslim country for 10 years, who a lot of my friends were Muslim, Islam, I'm totally fine. We had good relationships together. Let's set aside that Republicans are pro-Israel. Let's set that part aside for a second. No problem. Tell me about how you feel about your kids being indoctrinated with LGBTQ. Oh, zero. Zero? Okay, we're on the same page. Okay, what else you got? Family. Do you guys believe in getting 4 or 5, 6
What's up,
divorces?
guys?
Oh, no. So you believe in family principles? Yes. Okay, boom. Okay. Do you believe kids respect their parents and all? Oh, absolutely. Okay, cool. By the way, we're 3 for 3 so far. Okay, what else? Do you believe that the kids are the parents' kids, not the state's kids? Do you believe that? Do you believe this? Do you believe that? Yes. You realize we got about 15 things that we agree on. Okay? We don't agree with your religion. We believe in Jesus. You believe in Abraham. We believe in L. Ron Hubbard. That guy believes in Joseph Smith. This guy believes in that guy. You believe in Muhammad. No problem. Let's set that debate aside for a friendly debate to get 20 million views on YouTube. It's cool. We can have that debate. By the way, just so you know, all of us are working on faith. None of us are working on 100%. Not Christians, not Jews, not Muslims, not LDS. Nobody. Everyone's dealing on faith. We're all dealing off of faith, right? Okay. Well, yeah, but we believe more than you guys believe. Fine, but we all have to have faith. Yes? Yes. Do you know exactly what happens if you die? I have faith. I understand I have faith too. And I think this is what's going to happen. My gamble is this gamble. Your gamble is a different gamble. Your gamble is a different gamble. But we have 15 different things that we agree on. Why don't we come together and instead of being Democrat or Republican, why don't we be anti-establishment, pro-family? Why don't we sit down and have that conversation together? Well, I don't know. I get it. All I'm saying is, let's come together and talk and synergize. We can compartmentalize and isolate different issues. Meaning, you're a White Sox guy. I'm a Yankees guy. Okay? Ozzie Guillen, Mickey Mantle. Yesterday, my kids, we watched the movie 61. I don't know if you've seen the movie. It's a sick movie.
Great
Right? By the way, they look just like Mickey and they look just like Mills, right? M&M Corporation, all this stuff. And then I'm, talking about how spiritual baseball is. In 1961, they break the record with 61 home runs. And the next time the 61 record is broken is exactly 61 years later, in 2022, by, Judge hit 62. Are you kidding me? God loves baseball, right? And we're having this conversation. But brother, we got so many things we agree on. Let's sit down and we break bread. So I don't think that synergizing message is being given. So to go back to your point of, Pat, what do you think is going to happen with America? It's going to be a mess. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. I totally agree. But to do that, I think the enemy has to change. I don't think Republicans, I don't think Democrats, I don't think the voters have chosen the right enemy. I don't think the right enemy is the Republican. I don't think the right enemy is the Democrat. I don't think. Used to think. I don't think today. I think today the enemy is the person that thinks what's best for you all the time. That's not my job, right? I'm an adult. For our kids, we both have 4 kids. It's our job on what's best for our kids. Not anybody else's job but ours, right? We get to raise them the way we want to raise them. Great. If we identify the enemy the right way and we realize it's the establishment, the people of power who want to control us and tell us what to do, and we realize that's the enemy, not left or right, I think things will change. But if we continue going the way we're going right now, controlled by the top to keep pinning us against each other, we're going to be sure for a long time to come.
So, when you talk about enemies, not just domestically, but internationally, obviously a lot of controversy over Russia, China, Ukraine, all the rest of it. Look at the international sphere for a second and tell me, who do you think should America be choosing as sort of its enemy? Or America doesn't choose its own enemy sometimes. Who is the enemy that's targeting the United States on a foreign level?
Well, the way I would look at it is, first, what values and principles do we value the most? America. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly, freedom of free enterprise, okay? Those are values and principles. Who supports that? Whoever supports that, Let's figure out a way to promote that. Okay, who does not? Whoever does not, try to figure out a way to sell it to say, let me tell you why this works for us. You ought to consider it. Kind of like a guy named Ronald did it with another guy named Gorbachev. And eventually they went from a communistic USSR to 1994. You know, wall comes down, open, you know, a little bit more of competition, capitalism.
What?
You may want to consider doing this. This could work in your country. And look at Russia. It's a completely different market today than it was, you know, 31, 32, 33
Oh,
years
wow.
ago. Okay. So to me, it's values
I
and
didn't hit
principles
that.
first.
I touched that shit right
Next, when it comes down to enemies, we have to be also careful that your enemies don't unite against you. That's what we've done the last 2-3 years. Okay, pick our top. If you were to put a leaders bulletin on top 5 countries that hate America the most, that are a powerhouse, okay, you would put China on that list. You'd probably put Iran on that list, and you would probably put Russia on that list. Okay, who else would you add on that list? Top 5.
North Korea.
North Korea.
It depends on the iteration, but some of the, because Latin America changes its leadership so often, it's hard to actually include them in a permanent list there. But you know, they're
Brazil.
Venezuela.
Okay, is it fair? Let's put those as 5.
Okay.
Are we on the same page with those 5?
Sure.
Okay, great. So, if that's the case, I remember years ago, I'll never forget this event. So, I started an insurance company. I leave a company I was a part of. That other insurance company, they start losing people, and they're all coming to me. And one day, in a certain week, I have 4 or 5 meetings of different
That's fun.
agencies from that company that are all sitting down with me. And I said, so, you know, what prompted you to want to come and meet with me? He says, well, I just, you know, wanted to come. We're thinking about leaving that company. But there was a weird thing that happened that I kind of want to bring up to your attention and ask why that is. I said, go for it. What is it? They told us they won't sue us if we go to any company. But they said if we leave and we come to you, they're going to sue us. Why is that? I said, got it. Next day, same story. Those 2 are not from the same state. Next day, same story. Next day. 4 different companies in a week, 2-3 week span, all said the same thing. If we come to you, they'll sue us. If we go anywhere else, they'll what? They won't sue us. As a strategist, I'm sitting there saying, why? Why would you sue them if they came to me? Well, guess what? It's a brilliant move. Why? Because you want your enemies divided. You don't want your enemies united. Because if your enemies unite against you, then they're a powerhouse. They're not going to want that to go against you, okay? They're going to want it to be a bit divided, right? The more divided, like even on the conservative side, there's a lot of fights right now on the conservative side. A lot, right? Guess who wins like that? A lot of people win when it's that way, but there's capitalism, totally fine. Watch this here. We don't mind if China hates us, if they individually hate us. We don't mind if Russia hates us, if they individually hate us. We don't mind if Iran hates us, if they individually hate us. But if you put Iran, China, Russia, you know, and you know, North Korea collectively to hate us, for them to unite against us, NATO, everybody else, yeah, that's problematic. That's not a good thing we're doing. So I think so one of the things that we're doing right now is we're getting the people that hate us the most to be united. That's all based on policy. When NATO says, well, we got to accelerate the membership process for Ukraine to get them in, I think it was like June 23rd or something like that. We got to accelerate the process of getting Ukraine to be part of NATO, because if we can do that, then we can impose Article 5 and NATO has to blah, blah, blah against Russia. So what's translation to that is what? NATO is saying we want war. If you want to accelerate that, what are you telling me? If, let's just say, Putin's sitting there saying, I'm sorry, what do you want to do? Do you forget the history of West Ukraine? Do you only know the history of East Ukraine? Do you forget about what happened over here years ago? Do you forget how NATO originally was started in 49 or whatever the year was, and you gradually come this way? Is that what you forget? And you started off all on this side, and now you're gradually getting NATO members from whatever 12, 13, 14 it was to getting closer and closer and closer and closer and closer to me, around me. Why? Why are you doing that? What's the reasoning behind that? You're pushing me to want to do something. So I have to create alliances. Who's my alliances? China, North Korea, Iran. If you do something, I need support. I got support. So I don't know. I think there's allies that we share common values. I think enemies that we don't have the necessarily similar values, but we have to figure out a way to stay in relationship mode with them. And if somebody loses their minds and we have a modern day Hitler that's going to go do what, of course, it's us against you if you want to do something like that. If you're trying to do something like that, it's the world against that one individual. So we have to be always aware and paranoid of that. But right now we're unifying our enemies. I think that's problematic.
Folks, our conversation will continue with Patrick Specifically, I want to ask him how he became a part owner of the New York Yankees. What's that like? You'll have to be a Daily Wire Plus member to hear his answer. If you'd like to hear the full conversations with all of our fabulous guests, click the link at the top of the episode description and join us at dailywireplus.com.
Nice shot.
So this is where I met Commander X. He was sitting here, cowboy hat out, and he was reading. He had a thick sci-fi novel, and I just recently had published my first novel, so it seemed appropriate that I dropped $2 in there. And he looked up and he had this interesting face, craggy, and a definite story. So the gut reaction of the novelist is to engage and find out more. But little did I know that I was about to fall into the quicksand of hackers, of Anonymous, and the beautiful randomness of life.
He saw me reading a book, and he's like, I wrote a book. I was like, well, you got one of the books?
I came and brought him a book, and he read it.
I wanted fucking stories. I mean, reality had become a bit too much right then, and it was fucking great. It's a great book.
I didn't have an idea for 6 weeks who this guy was. He was just a friend on the street. But then he told me that he was a cyber warlord, one of the generals in Anonymous.
Online hackers who identified as being part of Anonymous and other groups have carried out dozens of high-profile online operations.
And that he was on the run from the FBI and had been for 6 years.
Because I felt that the prosecution was political against myself, I chose to flee into exile, and I'm in Canada now.
And there was an article that could corroborate all this, and it was in the New Yorker, and I should go home and read it.
Yeah, I mean, he's polite about it. Okay, cool, yeah, take a look at it tonight, but I knew from the look in his eyes. He wasn't buying that meat without inspecting it.
I cross-referenced the name that was in the article, Christopher Mark Doyon, and up popped his mugshot from when he was arrested for trying to sell large quantities of LSD at a Grateful Dead gig in Indiana. And when his face popped up, I got goosebumps. It was a life-changing moment.
I get the same look every time I reveal myself. I could tell that he was just like, dude, you really are this person.
So let's bring us to today.
Today?
Today!
Well, today they're making a fucking movie about my life. I've been called cyber terrorist, but I have to laugh right now at the fucking very idea. What is an information terrorist? Please, I mean, can somebody help me with that? How can I terrorize people with the truth?
Commander X had a knack for being at the beginning
of these movements being right there.
We're information activists just trying to make our world a bit freer and a little better.
He is smart, he is articulate, and his words have power that most people's do not. That's dangerous to the power elite. We fight bad guys and tyrants wherever we find them.
He was very divisive. Some people loved him, some people hated him.
He was a distraction at best, I think, of times.
He would type in all caps. You know what I mean? Like, he was a guy who commanded attention.
If there's anyone who did the most to take that edge between absurdity and awe-inspiring and just fucking ram it over to the fucking absurdity part, it was Commander X.
Look, this is a war. I mean, straight up, this is a war.
I think there's like an entertainer in him. I mean, he likes to tell stories. He likes to kind of take you into a whole world, and sometimes you don't know how much of that is exaggeration.
You have to put a person behind the mask.
God.
People want stories.
Oh my God.
So Commander X did make a good story.
I was talking with my editor at the New Yorker about doing a larger piece about Anonymous, and to me the story was how has activism moved from the streets to the internet and then back to the streets. That was, I think, fundamentally the story I was telling, and Commander X was really the personification of that. It was a profile of a contemporary American activist. He grew up in Maine, like on a ranch in Maine. But, you know, he had a difficult life. He had a difficult upbringing. His father was abusive.
My parents were not very good people. I'm just going to end it there. But they were not very good people. And so I spent a lot of time at my grandmother's house, and I had become fascinated with the idea of computers.
The Industrial Revolution expanded the strength of man's muscles in the reach of his hand. The Information Revolution is magnifying the power of his brain, changing forever the way Americans work, play, travel, and even think.
I was always quite fascinated with the computer and Star Trek. The thing fucking talked. So I convinced this guy who worked for my dad, he was a pharmacist assistant, to bring me to the local university and show me a real fucking computer. So he brought me down to the university, sat me down, and of course I immediately sit there and I was like, hello, computer. Because the only knowledge I have of computer is Star Trek, and it's supposed to talk, right? And he's like, no, it doesn't work like that. And there was a program. It was a very basic chat program. As a friggin' 13-year-old kid, you're sitting there, the shit kind of start talking back to you. You're like, fuck me. You know, that's incredible, you know. Then I went to my grandmother and I said, I need $100. There was no way to buy a computer back then. It was a kit that you bought, and then they sent it to you, and you had to literally solder the fucking thing together, and then plug it into a television and a cassette recorder. And the cassette recorder acted as the hard drive. And I said, Grandma, just sit down, please. I want to talk to you. I am convinced, Grandma, that these things called computers are going to change the world. And she's like, well, what does it do? I was like, you can use it as a calculator. You can balance your checkbook with it. You can play video games. She leaned back in the chair and she says, well, I'm going to spend $2 and buy you a pocket calculator, and then I'm going to sit you down and teach you how to balance your checkbook, and then if you do all of that, I'll take you out to the video game store, and for $40 I'll buy you a Pong game, and you can just skip the $100 computer. I said, Grandma, you just don't understand. This is going to change the world. It took me about a year to put the thing together, so you can see that coming into it from that way, in that fashion, just the fascination's never going to wear off. Now, I'm like a kid in the candy store. I'm living my own science fiction. I wake up every morning, I get in front of that computer. I am not unhappy. I spend 10, 12 hours a day in front of that thing, and I just find it all fascinating every single fucking day I get up.
He gets to Cambridge. He was sleeping on park benches. My understanding of it was just because he liked the mobility of it. He claims that he was always homeless by choice.
And then I went to a Grateful Dead show. Inevitably, that was going to come into it. And it was in Boston. And I ran across an anti-apartheid protest. I stopped. I hung out with people. I smoked some pot. I was given flyers and shit. You know, you make friends with people that got a flyer in their hand, you're going to read it. I was so angry that there could be a system of government in our century, in my lifetime, that you had to go into a police station and put your hand up to a color chart, and based on how dark or light you were, that's how many rights you got. That is fucking ridiculous. And then they're like, yeah, well, thanks for hanging out with us, and, we're doing this thing fucking tomorrow. They got me really good with the whole hanging out with me and smoking some weed thing because, being a solitude kind of kid, anybody that made me feel like I was their pal, they got the time of day. And, of course I had to do other things. I went to a lot of rock shows back then. I had to make a living, and I did that at rock shows. Not only am I not ashamed, but I'm somewhat proud of the fact that we sold really good LSD. We would go out to a U.S. tour with the dad, and we would raise shit tons of money. And it just gelled more is all it did. I went to more dead shows. I made more money. I went to more protests. Some dude with fucking cakey ass dreads literally down to his knees would sidle up to me and give me maybe a little piece of paper folded up like this in a passing crowd. And it would be the next ELF action, or the next ALF action, or the next protest against anti-apartheid. That's definitely the whole texture of the cloth, and it just gets woven tighter and tighter as I become more and more sucked into this idea of just permanent resistance to all this fucked up shit. The things like the Animal Liberation Front, the Earth Liberation Front, I did my tours of duty in both of those. And then eventually our little silly little hacker group that we called the People's Liberation Front, the PLF, we were more of like a little militia. We adopted these titles called Commander. We'd all dress in camo when we went to protest and shit. And one day, my friend sat me down and said, look, we want to have a talk about something. A hacktivist group by the name of Anonymous had hacked the forums of the Epilepsy Foundation of America. And they had placed on the forum on the front page a animated GIF. These GIFs, these animated GIFs, they strobe very brightly, they strobe very fast. They could take an epileptic and cause him to have a seizure just from looking at it. Wow. 4 people went to the hospital across the country. And these people were literally harmed by hackers thousands of miles away, physically wounded.
That's crazy.
It sounds so funny on one level. I get the lulls. I get why they did it. They're still fucking dickheads. If you're out there today watching this movie, you're a piece of shit.
He was a deadhead. Here's a guy who would, like, anti-apartheid protesters. He got busted, supposedly, for selling 300 hits of acid at dead shows. I mean, this is what he's coming out of, so this idea that these punks were trying to hurt people was upsetting. So he didn't have a great opinion of this Anonymous, whatever it was.
We can't let that fucking pass. These people need to either be brought to justice or at the very least fucking monitored to see what else they're gonna fucking do. So I was tasked with literally infiltrating Anonymous. I was to go in the IRCs, spend as much time as I could, make as much contacts, not to get these people busted. This was not some sort of law enforcement thing. I just want to know what these fucking people are up to, So that's how I get into Anonymous.
There was no founder of Anonymous. From late 2007 on, there was some degree of soft power that, in one way or another, managed to corral this phenomenon, and did so in ways that were effective, that allowed it to become a decisive force, sometimes in the history of nations. There was no reason to expect that would last. Without a charter, without a structure, there was no reason to expect this would go on for too long. It is frankly shocking in retrospect that it worked for as long as it did. My name is Barrett Brown. I'm a journalist, an activist, and a gentleman adventurer. Anonymous was not founded, and I'm not sure if anybody would have taken responsibility for it had they actually founded it back in the 4chan days. The 4chan website, the image boards that have been around since 2004, 2005, the primordial soup from which Anonymous eventually evolved.
That was the crucible for Anonymous. So I don't think you can really understand Anonymous without understanding 4chan. There were message boards within 4chan. It was a forum for people on the internet to talk freely and openly about a variety of subjects. Then there was a board that was just the random board, /B, where you could talk about anything. That's where it became a bit more free form, and the idea was that your default handle was anonymous. That was the name you were given. It was kind of like this hive mind of the internet. And so they started to do what they called raids, which was sort of like, hey, let's do like a little field trip on the internet, something fun and stupid. So they did, one of the famous ones was Habbo Hotel, which was this children's game, which they decided to infiltrate, have all these characters with afros. I think there was some like Nazi imagery. It was just about shock value and fun. Obviously offensive fun.
I participated in some of these things, like some of this Second Life raids where they would don these bizarre, garish outfits and go around and wave giant penises, like at concerts they were having in Second Life, and bomb furry nightclubs. I remember thinking, like, the emergent organization that's going on here. This is a new dynamic that the internet has made possible. In a world where there's no more pioneer land, there's no more frontier, suddenly it was all frontier, every direction. I wondered, what would happen when these people realize what power they have and what greater power they could have if they were to adopt some shared ideology, some shared enemy even. And that ended up happening.
Everyone knows that Anonymous existed, depending on how you look at it, all the way back to even late '03. But in reality, that was two people on a website, The strangest thing happens, in January '08, it becomes this, giant movement that the news is covering. And that was partially my fault, and definitely an accident. I look back and I wish I could say, I masterminded this amazing thing on purpose. No, I have no idea what I was doing, dude. On January 14th, 2008, up on 4chan, this video is posted of Tom Cruise being insane.
Tom Cruise, Scientologist.
Being a Scientologist, when you drive past an accident, it's not like anyone else. As you drive past, you know you have to do something about it because you know you're the only one that can really help.
And another post comes saying the video's gone. And everyone's like, well, wait, why did that get taken down? That's Tom Cruise being insane. It's fucking funny. We decided that we're really good at doxing people. We're really good at getting their information and hunting people down, and use some connections to find the person who had the video. And by we, I mean a few of us who were on IRC, which is a chat system. We went and found the person who had uploaded that video and got their source, and we re-uploaded it. It was taken offline in like 30 seconds. Scientology at that point was watching YouTube for everything going by and got it again. And that actually pissed us off.
You just don't do that. You don't take something off the internet. I remember talking to someone about this, and they equated it to like a playground, and somebody took their ball.
We have fair use laws under the DMCA, but YouTube was still caving because they didn't want to fight a billion-dollar behemoth like Scientology.
The Church of Scientology had a long history, ever since the internet became a thing, of trying to control it, trying to censor materials from the church that they consider to be proprietary, generally things that are embarrassing regarding their beliefs.
So we decided we were going to troll Scientology by putting out a press release.
Hello, leaders of Scientology. We are Anonymous. Over the years, we have been watching your campaigns of misinformation, your suppression of dissent, your litigious
Come on, guys, the fuck?
It skirted the line between goofy and awe-inspiring. It happens to successfully veer towards awe-inspiring.
Anonymous has therefore decided that your organization should be destroyed.
This is ominous. We're writing the internet is coming for you. Get ready.
We shall proceed to expel you from the internet and systematically dismantle the Church of Scientology in its present form.
Anonymous promised an army would come and defeat Scientology, would come and bring just unprecedented chaos.
It was about 10:20 at night on the 21st of January, 2008.
Come on, guys, where are you?
I don't remember my birthday at the time. I don't know why this one sticks so well. But that we uploaded this video. And I think, if I'm lucky, 20, 30 people watch this video, find it funny.
We are Anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
I got woken up by my girlfriend at the time.
What the
4:30
fuck,
in the
yo?
morning. She's calling me.
Jesus
maybe
Christ,
right
yo.
around there. And she says,
Oh, because there's
"Turn
not
on
fucking
CNN."
one player fucking down.
And I turned on CNN, and the video's on
trash.
CNN. And I'm like, what is going on?
You have nowhere to hide because we are everywhere.
And at that point, we're sitting there with 1 million views on the video, news reaching out trying to get a hold of us, Scientology paying big money to private eyes trying to find us, and an army kind of in front of us that are all going by the name Anonymous now.
Great.
They
You
promised
stay,
an army.
what are you sitting
They
in the
didn't
goal
have it.
for then?
But by virtue
If you're not gonna
of making
fucking
it
block
clear,
the
making it
goddamn goal.
palpable, people
What are you
wanted
doing
this
sitting
army
in there?
That would emerge from the internet and right wrongs.
What the fuck?
And so, naively, we're like, well, then let's plan a global,
Jesus
worldwide
Christ.
protest in every, major country on the planet. We're going to be those old school protest types, but do it like the internet does it, so make it
Wide
fun.
open. There you go. Good job. Good job.
We're sending Anonymous outside, so they better remain anonymous. So we're going to need to cover our faces. The media needs something they can show that's the ominous thing, right? So we had to give them a mask. It had to be available. So we actually spent the next about 25 hours calling comic shops, costume shops, and literally every single city we tried to call had Guy Fawkes masks in stock, sitting in back that no one was buying, that they had discounted because everyone thought after the V for Vendetta movie that 1 million of these would sell, and none did. And we're like, well, great, decision made. It's the only mask we can actually use. Everyone wants a romantic version of this story. No, it was because it was the only one that was available in every single town we were going to be in.
It was ominous. It sort of created this mythology of Anonymous. Who is Anonymous? What are they? They wear these masks, And I think that was the time when Anonymous was really branded.
And so having conceived of the army and presented the picture, the army came. They happened to be clever enough to organize all of these thousands of people who saw this video they made.
Why would you? What the
And so the army
fuck?
was materialized.
You just
The
said
army
give away
showed
the
up.
ball, bro. What the
This
fuck?
is what the internet would look like if it went outside.
goodness gracious.
There were women, there were people of color, every race, there were young and old, there was everyone. And we just weren't expecting that. We were really expecting the young hackerish 4chaner guys to all show up and that to be our little group of 20 that stood on the corner for an hour. And instead, all these other people showed up, and it was great.
These guys aren't even
And that's how Anonymous first became a decisive force.
We have a thing now. What do we do with this? It had only been built for fighting Scientology. In reality, its whole goal was actually just to screw with them for a week. Again, this being so off the cuff and so completely accidental, every step of it. We didn't expect this to
These
keep
guys
going.
suck. These guys fucking suck, and we're losing.
Scientology protests at that time was funny as hell. And that's what eventually sold me on them. They really were turned out to be people that were authentic. So I'm hanging out with these people, and like I said, the vast majority of them, I have to admit, were good people. At that point in the story, there's just one of those cathartic moments that's about to happen for really everybody. And that was the release of the Collateral Murder video.
Fucking stupid. So annoying. So fucking annoying.
Anybody been able to operate an RPG? We got a guy with an RPG. How much fire? Light them all up. Come on, fire.
Within weeks of the release of that was an immediate thunderstorm of persecution fired off at WikiLeaks.
WikiLeaks picked a fight with the U.S. Now the U.S. is fighting back in more ways than one. American lawmakers want to see founder Julian Assange. They want to see him tried under the Espionage Act. And the WikiLeaks website has its own trouble. This is a new news here. PayPal has announced it has suspended WikiLeaks' account, costing it a vital source of funding.
MasterCard, Visa, and PayPal agreed to a behind-the-scenes U.S. embargo against WikiLeaks, whereby they all simultaneously, more or less, said, oh, we're not going to process donations to WikiLeaks anymore.
Immediately, there is this fucking visceral rage because websites like the KKK or the Westboro Baptist Church have PayPal donation links on their fucking sites, but then what? A publishing company like WikiLeaks just trying to get enough money to pay for their servers? And no? Are you kidding me? And so Anonymous just left that day. The day the donation portals came down, Anonymous said, we're coming for you.
Supporters of the website WikiLeaks launching a sweeping cyber war this week.
That's right. It's being called Operation Payback or also Operation Avenge Assange, and it's basically a loose affiliation of hackers that call themselves anonymous. This time they're turning attention to what they consider to be the enemies of WikiLeaks. Visa, MasterCards are the big hits they've had so far.
This man calls himself Commander X and says he's part of Anonymous.
The power of Anonymous is that we have the ability to affect change on the internet.
Their method of choice, a denial of service attack, where hackers overwhelm websites with a huge volume of requests for information. Site, says Commander X, for a cause.
That process is the equivalent of a virtual sit-in.
I can best sum up my philosophy with the quote that I'm so famous for, and is, I admit, very fucking funny. You only need two things in this world to be a world-class hacker: a computer and a cool pair of sunglasses. And the computer's optional.
You have a site online, all of a sudden we snap our fingers and that site is gone.
Anybody can do it.
You don't have to be a hacker to take down a website. You know, you can download a program and figure it out in an afternoon.
These are all various DDoS weapons. This would be the equivalent of a rifle. And so now our target has been loaded, and as we say in Anonymous, poo poo poo. And hopefully hundreds, if maybe thousands of people would download this same software, and all of us fire. So it's really about multiplication. This is a weapon that's designed to be used by an army.
Christ,
and we just kept going. It was an incredible time because that entire 10 days you don't even sleep.
You have in essence Julian Assange, who has become a cyber messiah, and hundreds of followers who are waking up zombie computers, their soldiers, and attacking companies like Visa, MasterCard.
And this is the first time you really begin to hear during those 10 days the FBI rhetoric was just over the top. You know, these are cyber terrorists. We're going to shut them down. And of course, we're all like, yeah, fuck you. Yeah, so what? Protest, motherfuckers.
Jesus
Get
fucking
used to
Christ,
it.
bro. Jesus fucking Christ. What are you
In the
doing?
midst of that, I've been living in Santa Cruz, and I had a cabin up in the mountains, but I used to stay, and when I was in Santa Cruz, I didn't pay for a hotel. There's places to sleep outdoors. Santa Cruz doesn't just have homeless people. You have, like, you're mentally ill and you're addicted, who hover around
Hit the
Santa
damn
Cruz
ball.
because
There
there's
you
a lot of
go.
drugs there. It's a surf town.
Fucking idiot.
But the vast
Finally.
majority of people that they label homeless people are actually just bohemians. They're just people traveling up and down the
Fuck.
coast. It's a travel corridor full of backpacking, camper living culture that exists in California. You will not make it illegal for a man to fall asleep on the fucking grass and give him a ticket and even put him in fucking jail. And when that doesn't pass muster in court, you make a law against people covering up with a blanket at night when they're asleep. Literally, they got a blanket law in Santa Cruz. I'm not even shitting you. These homeless people had a protest camp going called Peace Camp. We were sleeping on the courthouse
Go ahead,
steps.
hit it. There you go. Good
We're
shot.
sleeping in
Good
protest.
job.
We're sleeping literally with a sign
Fucking
next to
idiots.
us that said, I am protesting the
This
sleepwalk.
fucking idiot.
That's why I'm sleeping here. There's people sleeping all over this fucking courthouse. What's going on here? It's Peace Camp 2010.
Hit the ball in.
So the camp has grown from an overnight sleep-in to a 24-hour hangout.
We're stars, man. Peace Camp 2010. They can't get enough of us. We are the media darlings.
I'm at the next part of the Santa Cruz County Courthouse where homeless activists have been protesting city ordinances for more than a month.
We have a squad of sheriffs on hand. The Santa Cruz Police Department despised all of us professional protesters.
Just notifying you're sleeping here illegally. You move county property as soon as possible, okay?
Look like you're illegally written up for you.
These people are not guilty because there's no public shelter.
And the tension began to grow in Santa Cruz, very, very big time.
Get rid of the untouchables.
But you're going to arrest us. And I'd been arrested.
Hey, Chris, you have a warrant out for your arrest. So
All right.
you go and place your hands behind your back. Go ahead and step those down.
Nobody had any clue that this scraggly guy with a long red beard and everything is like one of the most notorious hackers online. with the name Commander X?
I decided that I would harness my new friends that I was garnering in the Anonymous Collective. And I said, I got a plan. I said, I think I want to take down the county website. I said, but I want to be super cool about it because I'm here in this fucking town.
Oh,
so
my
what
God.
I want to do is do it really ethical hacking style. Let's do it on a Sunday at noon for 30 minutes, and we'll pre-announce it. We'll tell them the specific time it is going to be down, so that the public will know that you just wait, and it will come back. I just went off and did it. I sat in a fucking coffee house, and I'm churning out these attacks. I'm deploying cyber weapons that our crew built just to DDoS shit. 2 detectives from Santa Cruz Sheriff's walked in and gave everybody a good fucking look over. And that's when I started packing up to get the fuck out of there. Oh my God, my fucking heart is coming out of my chest. The sweat pouring off me. I got my pack on my back, my laptop over my shoulder, and I just fucking scoot left and walk normal as you can.
Fuck.
But anyway, I make my way to the library, put out the press release from the library.
Fuck.
And then the next morning I get up and the headline is on the Santa Cruz paper. I mean, in big black letters. Santa Cruz cyber attack.
You have to be fucking kidding me, bro.
And I just knew it was epic. And I knew that my life would never be the same again. And the other thing I also knew was that Anonymous was the most powerful force ever to be created in humanity so far.
Oh,
and that
my
no doubt they were
God.
coming.
Why the fuck?
Coming for us with guns drawn, literally.
This is ridiculous. You have to be fucking
Cyber
idiot
is
to be
the
fucking
battlefield
losing.
of the future. And most of these attackers are going after whatever the hell they can.
Oh my God.
In order to show you what they can do. And that is very hard, very frankly, to defend against.
What the fuck?
I'm Leon Panetta, former director of the CIA, former Secretary of Defense, and now chairman of the Panetta Institute for Public Policy. Power can be very infatuating.
Fucking ridiculous, bro.
When you know you have power.
1 fucking minute
you can
remaining and we're
exercise
fucking
that
losing.
power.
And that was going to be a
I
goal.
think in many ways that's what happened with a group like Anonymous and
Fucking
other hacking
idiots.
groups that suddenly realized they had their hands on a
fucking
very
idiots.
powerful weapon, and they weren't quite sure.
Oh my.
And I think they still remain not quite sure about just exactly
Oh, you fucking faggots.
what it means.
You guys fucking
For
suck.
something like the CIA and for other intelligence agencies,
30
at least
seconds
you
remaining.
know the devil that you're after. But when it comes to anonymous hackers,
This is
it was much more difficult to try to figure
This is
out
wonderful,
what are they
bro.
after,
We're
what damage
so
could they
good.
do? Are these just a bunch of people, playing 21st century hacking games?
Shit, bro.
Or are these people
I fucking hate
that
this
have
fucking game, bro.
a motivation that could be very dangerous to our security?
I was fucking bad, bro.
This is fucking stupid.
And I had powers. By then I was like gearing up. I'm geeking up. I'm starting to fucking bust some shit. I'm starting to fucking have some fun with this. Because I was working very hard by that point. I was putting in 10, 12, 15-hour days
guys
to
fucking suck.
this movement of Anonymous. I was participating to
Fucking
the fullest
trash.
extent that I could do and not die.
Commander X is who he is, and we all know, we've all seen his version of reality, but he didn't come into my orbit until people started talking to me about the fact that X said he talked to you on IRC, and I'm like, who? He just kind of showed up as a guy who was putting up websites under the Anon name, and you'd look at it, and the website looked like it was built in 1993, like one of the first drafts of a website ever, that a guy who was openly telling us he was homeless was building. So, he didn't want to just outright say, what the fuck, guy. You wanted to say, okay, guy's trying with very limited resources.
He would be, he was doing his thing, and obviously he was doing DDoSing, he was hitting targets, I didn't think he was doing too much harm, and I was always kind to him, because, surprisingly enough, I am actually innately a kind person by default, that I just said, nice things, sometimes, it's sarcastic, go forth, continue, Commander.
As I understand his story, he was the kind of hippie protester who showed up and, was holding signs anti-war and all that, and That was none of us. To speak the honest truth, like, I'm the 19-year-old driving a car who sees a puddle and a bunch of people at a bus stop and hits the puddle as fast as he can. That's me at 19. I'm not the good guy. So from the very beginning, there was definitely a clash of just personalities, because he came at it from a completely different way. We sort of were thrust into being activists very accidentally, and that was just who he thought he was.
I did not have all access at that point to Anonymous. I was, definitely very strong and very powerful person, and had to respect even though people like Barrett Brown and Greg Hausch and stuff like that. And I remember clearly going to Barrett Brown and asking him, what do you think we should do next? I think he responded with just one word: keep an eye on the Middle East.
Commander X and I did not sit there and plan the advent of Optinesia and the Tunisian Revolution. The Tunisian Revolution began when a fruit vendor in Tunis, the capital, set himself on fire in protest of the local corrupt police having taken away his assets for failure to pay a bribe. That is what sparked the initial conflagration. That's what started the street uprisings, the rage. It provided an enzyme, or sorry, a catalyst, rather, not chemistry, or much else. It provided a catalyst, a center of attention for those in the country who are aware of it to rally around.
Tunisia is one of those interesting ones where they invited us in. We didn't even come and talk to them. They came and talked to us, At first, we all didn't think we could help. I mean, honestly, strange enough, Commander X was the first one on that channel saying, no, we can absolutely do this. And we all thought he was fucking insane. I mean, like, who the hell are we? This is a dictator of an African nation.
Some Tunisian hackers came to us in Anonymous, and in fact, they were more or less handed off to me, because nobody knew quite what to do with them. But they claimed to have some rather extraordinary access, but needed some assistance.
It's a small country with a small infrastructure, and we have the usernames and passwords to everything. You name it. The water supply, like the radio stations, the servers that the president's email is on. You don't have to hack anything. We just have the passwords. Here you go.
So we were able to prove that these people were receiving just enormous bribes, living like gods, while Tunisia drowned in poverty. And so now these people are really just fucking furious.
Is this right? Who are the people who are planning on going to the streets? Are they our people? Are we helping some extremists who are going to make it worse? So we did a lot of work with these guys, and we did, honestly, like days of research into who the president was, Ben Ali, who he was, the dictator, Turns out the people who were going to the streets were really the people, and they needed to overthrow this dictator.
To the extent there is right and wrong, and that one could point to a large group of people and say that one is mostly right, that one is mostly wrong, there was never any question that we were right, and that if this was to escalate further, it would be a terrible thing for living involved, but I would personally be enthusiastic about that.
I mean, you look at it and you think, what could hackers do? But you'd be surprised at how important it is to keep communication from city to city. We built this list of all the technologies they would block, and we kind of estimated what order they would try and block them in. Like, easiest, they're going to just get Twitter and Facebook turned off in the country, right? So we put proxies up and fed them to all the people in the major cities as soon as these start working, access them this way. Can we get activated satellite phones to some of the people in these towers? Yes, we can. It keeps going from there to like 7 layers of communication. So when the internet goes down, then when the cell phones go down, we can keep handing them a new way to keep in contact.
This is all unraveling in hours and days. It's breakneck speed. I fought, as we talked about earlier in the apartheid movement, for 10 fucking years. It took 10 days to run the dictator out of Tunisia.
After Tunisia, we're starting to help the Egyptians with the same tools, because now we've kind of got a toolkit.
We're really beginning to define skill sets that specifically apply to these street revolutions.
one of the things we had done there was we knew the internet was going to get cut pretty easily. So our preparedness for that was we had gotten dial-up ISPs, old school 90s level modems, mailed into Egypt. So if the internet got completely cut but the phones were still working, they could dial into the internet.
Turn the internet back on in Egypt 3 times.
So the Egyptians were using the internet to organize what would become the Arab Spring.
Oh my God, we are having geopolitical impact. We're saying who's gonna fucking rule in this world and who isn't.
None of these were our protests when you look at any of the stuff we did during the Arab Spring. None of them were our ideas.
This is a revolution for the sincere people of this country. They're the ones that want to make the change. They're the ones that will make the change. They're the true heroes of this country.
People showed up, asked for our help. It turned out it was things we could do, so we did it. And then I went back to building some plumber's website the next day.
I mean, I think we came out of the Arab Spring pretty convinced we were all fucking gods.
Commander X is definitely a victim of his own ego at this point. Was Commander X on the ground in the square in Tunis, in the capital, getting shot at? No. There were people on the ground risking their lives. They could have possibly done this without us. We could not have done it without them.
By the time the Tunisian Revolution was over, by the time Egypt had started, the FBI raided 40 U.S. households on a single day in late January 2011 over these DDoS attacks that slowed down MasterCard's corporate website and Visas and PayPal's for a couple seconds. Armed raids with families being held at gunpoint in some cases.
They were gunning for us. This is like fucking war.
Dozens of FBI agents targeted alleged members of the loose-knit hacking group. Armed with search warrants, agents hit 6 homes in New York along with locations across the country, seizing hard drives and computer accessories.
It's all at the same moment, literally the same fucking moment. That's how they do the shit. So that we can't get on like IRC and say, hey dudes, they're coming, fucking wipe your drives and run. And so that's what they did, except there's only got 39 of them. Because one was Batman. The reaction that they had was so knee-jerk to our attacks on PayPal, MasterCard, and Visa.
Visa.com went offline for a few minutes. Did that affect anyone's ability to buy anything? Or give anyone's info away? No, it did nothing. Their marketing piece where you could download a brochure was offline for a few minutes. Somehow, $50 million in damage. No, dude, no. When have you, as someone who has a Visa card, ever gone to Visa.com? It didn't affect anyone. And it was down for 5 minutes, but they tried to get people, to go to prison for it. MasterCard's website was offline for a couple hours, but again, that was their fault. Their shit was really badly built. But again, very clearly, nobody uses those sites to do their transactions. Those sites are advertising.
What does it take to get a case indicted these days? A couple mil in Bitcoin and extortions and things like that. Whereas, what did it take a case to get indicted in 2010? The low orbit ion cannon? By nature, it's a joke. Like, the thing says pew pew on it. It's by nature, it's a joke. And, a joke will get you prison in 2010. My name's Jay Lederman. I'm a criminal defense attorney. I do a lot of underdog work. I do a lot of stuff that people won't touch because they're worried it's at too high or too clandestine a level that men in, black Escalades are going to pull up and what have you. And that shit doesn't happen. Come on. Don't tell them that, though, because then I miss out on all my fun. I sent out a series of tweets that I would represent some righteous hacktivists busted in my foot, meaning California. So in our general mailbox the next day, there was a message from them. It said, I'm Commander X, and, I am the Commander X, not just Commander X, I am the Commander X, and he thought they were looking for him for the potential Santa Cruz DDoS. They consider that unauthorized access. And he thought that things were going down very quickly. or going to be going down very quickly for him.
I was in Mountain View, California, and I had known that they had pretty much tracked me to Mountain View. I was seeing the Crown Vics around. I saw the FBI agents in the library when I was surfing on the internet. They would have had me surrounded by at least a dozen agents at all times. They must have really, really feared me at that point to deploy a dozen agents rather than just walk up and fucking arrest me.
I'm going back and forth with X. You know, we had the meeting spot arranged. At that point, I'm still using like some sort of commercial-based email. I'm still new. And he was using some encrypted form of email. For some reason, he said to me, the last email he said to me was like, Jay, I'll see you at 10 o'clock at the such and such coffee house. And I said to him, why on earth did you say that? He had told me the name of the place weeks before. I had it written down. I knew where I was going.
There's a guy in Bermuda shorts and that stupid Hawaiian shirt that they always make FBI agents wear, thinking that that's somehow fucking stealthy, and he's staring right fucking at me as I'm walking down the street. So I'm like, okay, so it's a game, right? So I'll play the game. I go to the coffee house. Another FBI agent comes in, sits down, takes my fucking picture with his cell phone. I was like, okay, let's see if you know about the secret fucking passageway out of this fucking coffee house, because I did. Down the fucking stairs I went, out the fucking back door. Nadia, the fucking fib from hell, she was screaming because she fucking saw me bolting down this alley and couldn't get out of traffic in time to come after me. Ended up coming up the fucking sidewalk with pedestrians literally weeping out of this woman's way as she drives up the fucking sidewalk. And I was just sat down in the bus stop. I lit a cigarette. And an FBI agent who I've come to call a cybercrime guy got out of the van, calmed Nadia the fib down, made her put her gun away, and just calmly sat there with me and waited while I finished my cigarette. He asked me my name, and I said, dude, if you don't know who you're about to arrest, you're not doing the job right. Right then, Jay Lederman drove by.
I was looking for parking, and I got a call from my office that Christopher Doyon was on. Yeah, I called back the number, and it was an FBI agent. They were like, yeah, hold on, he wants to talk to you. They got him an hour before I got there at the place we had arranged to meet. I don't know what their methods are. Who knows if they had like some camera planted in the little whatever tree X was like, you know, sleeping under, you know, looking at his computer when he's typing it. You know, I can't prove that it was on my end, but it sure appears that the FBI violated attorney-client privilege by having my emails monitored and were able to pick him up an hour before I arrived at the meeting.
At that point, I went through a couple of days of court hearings to determine exactly what the fuck they were going to do with me.
They were alleging $6,200 in damages. They did what they could to make sure it was over $5,000 because that's what they were told by the United States Attorney's Office. How do I know that, even though I don't know that? Because that's what every United States Attorney's Office tells everyone about it. They say, listen, you got to get this over $5,000 or this is a misdemeanor. This is just some guy in a library like clicking enter on his computer. Come on, man. It's like, what's this worth? And that's what ultimately happened with PayPal. It was, you know, be good for 18 months and we'll dismiss all of these. Of course, he could have gotten 15 years.
So I was released on bail. It's a mistake, tactically on their part. You had me, and you let me go. And so of course I went back to the fucking war.
I'd like to state for the public record that this press conference is being held against the advice of my legal counsel.
X is good at giving attorneys ulcers. Me, I'm ulcer proof. I work fine.
This document alleges that I am the notorious hacker activist known to the world as Commander X. I am Commander X.
Well, I don't know. You try to tell him to shut up. See how that works.
The indictment further alleges that I am in association with the global internet freedom movement known as Anonymous. And I say yes. I am immensely proud, humbled to the core, to be a part of the idea called Anonymous.
He does have the right to remain silent. He chooses not to exercise it.
You know, I am a homeless guy. And I'm scary smart. And despite the best efforts of the city, the county, and now the federal governments, I will not be silenced.
The FBI is now in possession of 3 of my computers, 2 fucking cell phones, and God knows how many fucking external drives. They've taken all my electronics. They've forbidden me from using electronics. Well, how am I going to handle this? I can't go back to hacking, but I want to keep fighting and keep fucking with them. And it dawned on me what I was going to do. I'm going to say goodbye, and I'm not coming back. And I began my run to the Canadian border.
As far as I knew, I think he was like sort of the first fugitive out of this whole movement.
I never really believed that he was in Canada because it seemed too obvious. You know, it's like hiding in plain sight being in Canada. Like, I really didn't think he had gone to Canada. And sure as heck, he went to Canada.
If you want to call me a terrorist, I've got no problem with that. But I would ask you, who is it that's terrified? And if it's the bad guys that are terrified, I'm really super okay with that.
The media, for some reason, loved talking to and about Commander X. I, for the life of me, never got it, but I also didn't think I had to. Like, the things he was saying in the media, while sometimes they were crazy, most of the times they were just our talking points.
I went to go see him up in Montreal. Whenever you heard interviews with somebody in Anonymous, they treated it like, you know, you were some like troll that had run out of a cave and you're all pixelated and all of that. But like, here was a guy who kind of looks like an older hippie guy, and that put a face on something that had been faceless to a lot of people. But I think it was in that moment too when he really became even more ostracized within the subculture of Anonymous, because the one thing you weren't supposed to do was to distinguish yourself really as an individual and put a face on something that's faceless.
A lot of accusations have been levied at him about what literally is referred to as fame whoring. And they're not entirely wrong. I mean, he obviously wanted it. He literally named himself Commander. His own version of the story, you know, very much says that he came in and was, you know, helping to make things better, and
there were certainly people who just felt that Commander X didn't deserve to have a feature in the New Yorker about him.
It was that line in the New Yorker about, I forgot who said it, was like, you know, I really got sick of Commander X when he started comparing himself to Batman. That is a line that if it is said about you, it is written about, if it is something that everyone agrees with, if it could be uttered in truth, should be enough. But let me go further. He was an albatross. He was an anchor on all of our necks.
he would claim that like actions were being taken that weren't being taken at levels that just we weren't working at that time.
His alias is Commander X, and in some recent interviews he's made some startling claims. He says that Anonymous may very well be the most powerful organization on Earth, and that the group of 50,000 members worldwide have access to every classified database in the U.S. government.
People would then be like, why did he say that? I mean, that just sounds stupid.
Like, we could bring small children in here, and like we could tell them, oh, we have access to every classified data, and like a 5 or 6 year old would suddenly work that out and be like, well, how do you know, first of all, that you have all of them, and second of all, you know, why would you say that out loud if you really did? Wouldn't that be a bad security breach?
Talk a little bit more about that.
Well, I have nothing more to say. What do you want to know?
It was getting to people because he was also making the message look bad. Like, he says this that's obviously insane, then another Anon says something that's obviously true, but they're all insane.
Several weeks ago, I began research and experimentation on the development of a software program and kit that, when downloaded and installed, would allow the user to conduct true time travel, essentially turning their home computer into a time machine. This is literally a fucking email he wrote in 2009. I was taking a break from reading up on the theory behind sonic time travel, and I was sitting under a tree. Sitting under a tree. I was wondering idly if I would ever crack the theory of time travel. How could you even wonder that? At that moment, Myself from approximately 25 years in the future came strolling down High Street. The me from the future, less than 10 feet away, turned and actually smirked at me. I guess my time travel software kit works. That's Commander X. That guy was among those people who, when I was not able to formulate the message that in the background or the foreground with the press, it was him. And it was increasingly him. And then when I went to prison, it was very much him. The FBI raided me on March 6th, 2012. Raided my apartments first. Found I wasn't there. It was by design. Then raided my mom's house and took about all electronics, computers, phones, files, just like they had taken files and papers from my place. And then 6 months later, after I had learned, I've been told by the prosecutor that they were going to be charging my mom as well, which is a very common practice among the FBI, charging someone's female loved ones to get them to cooperate. And knowing myself that I would never cooperate with the FBI, I made several videos laying all this out.
Hi, I'm Bear Brown again. This is part 3 of a 3-part series on why I'm angry with the FBI. Sorry, I've got a case of the giggles. My mom has not been involved in any of this at all. Did not know about the tip I received the previous day. Didn't know I was over there. I come over there a lot. Didn't know I brought, the laptops over. Didn't notice, didn't pay attention.
I also threatened to shoot anybody that more FBI agents came to my house.
They know that I'm armed. That I come from a military family. That I was taught to shoot by a Vietnam vet and by my father, a master hunter. And I will shoot all of them and kill them. It was pretty obvious I was going to be dead before I was 40 or so. So I wouldn't mind going out with 2 FBI sidearms like a fucking Egyptian pharaoh.
And so I was ready.
It's like super passionate about this argument.
Oh, is Bear getting fucking raided by the FBI? Holy shit!
6 months later, I was charged, this time with 11 counts of aggravated identity theft. The charges in this case, to justify it, involved me copying and pasting a link from an anonymous IRC chat room. Then a month later after that, after those charges, I was charged once more for obstruction of justice, just like my mom was, for hiding laptops in her kitchen cabinet. So, long story short, I went to prison.
If America's supposed to be the bastion of liberty around the world, how do I even end up here in Mexico? How does shit like this even happen?
The Computer Fraud and Abuse Act is one of the worst punished statutes out there, in that the amount of time you can get in relation to the harm caused is astounding.
Yeah, okay, I'm a criminal. What I face now is 12 years in prison.
This is hanging over his head, as does an absconding charge now.
So now on top of the 12 is added another 7. So we're now talking about 19 years, and I, in prison, do not have that long to live. So it's a life sentence. And for me, that's the line in the sand. I actually first went to Toronto because of the world premiere of a documentary called We Are Legion.
Introduce yourself.
All right. I first met X at an Occupy protest in Oakland at the height of the Occupy movement, and at that point he was homeless. He was clearly living on the streets. He was attracted to the movement because of its activist potential.
I have stood upon the mountaintop known as Anonymous and looked down on a world inflamed with revolution.
I saw him again when he was homeless in Toronto, and he was, Toronto is not an easy place to be homeless. And You know, he wasn't doing well. He wasn't doing well.
No country should be allowed to stifle dissent to the point where people are committing suicide and people are fleeing their own country, never to return. I mean, think about the decision I made. I'm never going home.
Something about the city made me feel like it would be a very awesome place for me to take a bit of a break and maybe blend in. You know, I'll settle here. Seems all right. And so I met Ian Thornton when he was just walking down the street.
As a recently turned storyteller, this was gold dust. I mean, it wasn't. There was no master plan to do anything with it, but viscerally, this is the sort of thing that a storyteller dreams of. Truth being weirder than fiction, this had to be investigated.
Almost every person who I've ever revealed myself to while I was on the run all said the same thing. Why did you tell me? Why would you do something that stupid? And Ian, too, asked me, why would you do that? And it's simply because I needed help.
So this, for several years, was the bedroom of Commander X. And quite uncannily, someone has been using it as a bedroom. He slept with his laptop underneath his head. He would wrap it in bubble wrap, particularly during the winter, make it watertight. And then if he were disturbed during the night, at least his laptop was under his head. And he'd get up every morning, he'd go to the coffee shop, and that's where he'd start his electronic warfare and mischief and intrigue.
He helped me write the books because I didn't have an agent. I didn't have a lawyer. I didn't have a publisher. You know, he gave me safe houses whenever I needed them, hotel rooms, Airbnbs. He had a cottage out by the lake. He knew what my goals were, which was to find asylum. We went through some incredible experiences where we really thought I was going to Iceland for a minute. And then it didn't pan out. Well, we thought for a moment, quite seriously, I might be going to Russia. And that didn't pan out.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
And then Trump got elected.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business.
Donald Trump had already made himself a rabid enemy of the Mexican people and the Mexican government.
We will build a great wall along the southern border. And Mexico will pay for the wall.
You can use my walls. We will never pay for that fucking wall.
Trump had really ratcheted up the tension between the two countries. And when you're looking for asylum, this is what you're looking for. It's a political hack. You're essentially looking to pit two nation states against each other for the sole purpose of creating a tiny bubble of freedom for yourself. So Mexico is looking really in play here. The big problem, of course, is geography, right? I've got to go back into the United States of America. And do I really want to go back from being a political dissident in exile in Canada to being a fugitive, both boots on the ground? And so I produced a 30-page PDF and called Ian to the coffee house. I said, so what do you think? And he said, you're not going to actually do this, right? And I was like, yeah, I think I'm going to do it. I said, well, I want to help. And so that was born Operation Golden Eagle. Golden Eagle, for those not maybe up to speed, is the national bird of Mexico. We made a nice code name. I secretly contacted Barrett Brown, and I said, do you want to come with me, dude? You want to get out?
When I won't go to Mexico with you, when I'm, to leave a country that I have increasingly come to despise, it means I don't like you and don't think much of your planning ability.
And his decision was no.
How many times do you have to flee the country? I just want to do it once.
Anonymous Operation Golden Eagle is by far the weirdest human endeavor probably in human history so far.
It was the most elaborate, thoughtful, anonymous operation that I have ever been a part of. 100 kilometers to Altoona begins now. This is southeastern Manitoba, Canada. We knew it was hunting season in Manitoba. We knew if I was going to go through the woods in Manitoba, I might get shot at. And I did. One has to fucking wonder how a hacker from Cambridge ends up in a place like this. And out of Altoona, I will break back into my own country. And guess what? This is our first camp in the United States of America. Because that, folks, that's North Dakota. I'm now, by my own choice, a full-on fugitive. Wanted dead or alive. How do you like them apples? I'm actually taking a cab right out of Pembina. Straight to Grand Forks. From Grand Forks, I'm catching a Greyhound all the way to El Paso. All the way to what we call in this operation the exit node, which is El Paso. El Paso is the city that I'll stage my exit out of America. If something's going to go wrong, it's going to go wrong on these 15 kilometers, where some cop jacks me up way the fuck out here because I can't explain what the fuck I'm doing out here. Bullet casing. People are out here shooting. And if I don't make it, or if I'm killed by bandits, or if I'm captured by United States authorities in the last 1.5 kilometers to the border, I want you to know I did my best, but hopefully I make it.
I have no idea. I have very little idea what's in here. I had this laptop when he switched for a newer one, a more lightweight one for his trip. He wanted to be far more streamlined, and this was the stuff that he left. Oh, Jesus, look at this. This is World War I stuff. When I hugged him at the Greyhound station in September 2017, I didn't think I was going to see him ever again. But I will be surprising him in Mexico City on Guy Fawkes Day.
People in the Anonymous Collective have learned to watch my Twitter very carefully, and so I began to tease, hey guys, watch me on November 5th. Because I didn't want to just announce I'm going to be at the monument ahead of time. I'm going to do something really cool, guys. Keep an eye out. I have hundreds and hundreds of journalists that follow my Twitter account just for that reason. Well, we're on our way to the Million Mask March in Mexico City, just to remind the people in power that we're still here, we're still Legion, we're still everywhere, and we never forgive, we never forget.
No beef! No beef!
Since 2013, actually, we've been doing Million Mask Marches. It galvanizes everyone who thinks they associate with Anonymous all on one day.
Oh, streets!
Sort of celebrate how much we've grown over the last year, meet other Anons. And if that's kind of cathartic. That's a pretty big thing for an Anon, because we don't get to meet each other very often. There's a lot going on here in Latin America. There's a lot of tension. There are people in the streets of Chile, Ecuador, Bolivia, Venezuela. They are marching against their government, and all of those protests in Latin America have at least the potential of overthrowing their government. So if the culture is generally speaking in a revolutionary mood, that's a really big sign that today could be good and even bigger than normal. I would not be at all even marginally surprised to see 2000. Could be even bigger.
Look at this, you.
Okay, come on, get him in the truck. Get him in the truck, quick. We gotta get out of here. We gotta go. We'll talk on the way. Let's go. God, dude, look at you. You brought a mask, right?
They took them off me at the airport.
They are illegal to bring them in?
I don't know, but I had 4 of them. They took them from me.
Oh, we have our wits about us. That's not good news, actually.
That's concerning.
Dude, how do I keep ending up in all these icons of revolution? Like, I literally live like a block away with a rooftop view of the fort where the entire Mexican Revolution began. It's like a fucking shrine. And now, completely with no input of my own, here I am at the Monument de Revolution. I mean, come on, dude.
Today is the Million Mask March, Anonymous Million Mask March, and Anonymous has always supported Julian. So all over the world, Julian supporters decide to show up on this day, on November 5th, and wear a Julian mask instead of Anonymous mask.
No shit.
Julian Assange expuso corrupción de gobiernos mundialmente, también
Oh shit.
crímenes de guerra de todo el mundo. También expuso las corrupciones que existen entre las corporaciones. Y por todo esto ha sido perseguido, ha sido... Respeto y admiración, respeto y admiración a Giuliani, no prisión. Respeto y admiración, respeto y admiración a Giuliani, no prisión. Que no ha estado siguiendo el caso.
Okay, I gotta talk to my people. All right, guys, this is Commander X live at the Million Mask March. You know, we're few right now, that's true, maybe by other standards of other Million Mask Marches, but that can change in a heartbeat. If you are somewhere in Mexico City right now and you happen to be listening to this stream, then, you know, get your shit down here. We're not going anywhere. And if you can't, then just get busy and start tweeting streams, other people's streams as well as my own. Make it go everywhere. Make everything go everywhere about Million Mask March. Let's really make ourselves known this year.
Your life is completely used to this. Mine wasn't. So when we started to live our adventure, I was doing stuff that was completely foreign to me and was scary. The crescendo was when you cut your way into Mexico.
You know, I started out with great idea, and then it was sort of like flying at 100 miles an hour off a cliff in Juarez. I left Juarez thinking this was fucked up shit. I was screwed, and I'm gonna end up living in a hut in the desert in fucking Mexico, eating cactuses for the rest of my life. Honest to God, I thought I was completely fucked. There was a point in time where I gave up hope and quit even trying, and that's when I went and got Xander. Hey, look at you. 3 months old. That was the moment when I was going to just leave this mortal sphere, or mortal coil, as they say.
This is Xander's first Christmas on planet Earth. Oh, look at the size of that fucking bone, buddy.
I decided to give it one more fight with, like, literally the last bit of me left. It's a weird thing, and I mean, thank God it turned around, I guess, right? And I didn't cash out. I guess, really, you kind of got to thank my dog for that. I mean, really, how weird is it the world might end up getting saved by a fucking dog? I'm here in Guanajuato now, you know, having spent a couple of years, almost exactly, here in Mexico. You know, I've moved around a lot, I've met people, I've generally tried to build a network of friends to help me. They're the same, right? Same size? Same, right? Is this grande or this? I like the color too, I take that. Yeah, yeah. and thus comes into play people like Vic?
Well, I was just walking in the streets, and then I saw this American guy who was standing, all lost. Didn't know where to go. I just saw him like looking one way and the other. And he saw us and, hey guys, do you speak English? I'm like, yeah. Hey, where can I go to a coffee shop? And I'm like, okay, let me take you there, especially because of the streets here. So we started walking, and we started talking, and then he kind of asked some questions to see if I kind of knew a little bit about, well, Anonymous. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm familiar with it. And we talked a little bit more, and he said that he was one of the founders of Anonymous. And whenever I got back home, I searched online. I was like, it's truly him. And I was like, damn, now I searched him online. And I got a little paranoid, right? So he sent me an email, and he was, oh, I slept in a dumpster. It's my birthday. Like, it was the worst birthday of my life. So, well, I was like, what am I going to do? Maybe you can stay there for a couple of months until things get, I don't know, good again. I mean, he became a really good friend, especially because kind of nobody likes him. I like broken things.
Es como parte de nuestras vidas, entonces nos ocupamos de él, nos ocupamos como de lo que necesita. Cuando se acerca contigo, te tiene una hora platicando con él y contándote sus historias, y creo que necesita a veces alguien como que lo escuche y que se ocupe de él, entonces me gusta hacer como esa parte.
I'm broke and I needed to sell some books to make grocery money.
There it is. Yes. Alrighty. Got heard of fucking stampeding turtles. We're off.
Most of my friends were not actually aware of any of this. I was just the eccentric American who lives in Guanajuato. Nobody knew anything about me, and so I felt that it was incumbent upon me to let them know that, hey, actually, I got the secret. And I mean, I tried to put myself in their shoes for a moment and think, wow, what if I found out that Vic was like friggin' Batman? You know, that's the kind of level of revelation this is. You know, you got a really serious secret life here that nobody knew about.
Creo que estuvo bien lo que hizo en algún momento, creo que fue algo importante y significativo para él y para otras personas, pero creo que ahora él tiene como que hacer otro tipo de cosas, ¿no? Ocuparse de él mismo, de su perro, de su vida, cosas que a lo mejor no tuvo tiempo de hacer después y ahorita podría, porque necesita.
My goal is to confront the Mexican government, surrender to their authority, and make my case for asylum, because in this country, I have the right to do so. As an underground, as a dissident, I've lived amongst you. And I've had a very normal life. I mean, I've been so fucking happy. And that normalcy is just a taste of what I hope that I can have if the government of Mexico will do the right thing. They will let me stay here in this country, in your country. And if fate will allow me to remain in this city, that's what I want to do for the rest of my life.
Is Commander X on the run for a good reason? I honestly do not know if Commander X is on the run for any good reason. I don't know that he represents a serious threat to law enforcement now. I mean, if you were to take the top 1,000 or 2,000 biggest threats to our cybersecurity in the United States, my guess is Commander X isn't anywhere near that list.
I've done several cases up in San Francisco, and the person who was prosecuting his case initially is the head of the unit now. And it's been a couple years, but I mean, the last time I talked to him, he was like, say hey to Mr. DeLeon, we'll see him at some point and we'll get ourselves reacquainted. I would have no doubt that he would be a prize trophy on some U.S. attorney's wall.
There is so much that is inexcusable that what happens to all of us, starting with that incident with the 40 U.S. raids by the FBI. 40 homes raided by armed FBI agents over a incident that slowed down a corporate website for a few seconds.
There are a lot of people, especially a lot of media, who have said that, you know, those arrests really led to an end of Anonymous and very much a slowdown of hacktivism. But what it more did was drive it a little more underground here in the U.S. and cause people to realize that they needed to actually, you know, be anonymous a little better.
I would remind any cognizant human being who considers himself a citizen of a democracy driven by informed consent, that someone like me is targeted, or someone else, a whistleblower, is targeted. We are not the ultimate target. The public is the ultimate target. It wasn't to fuck with me. It was to prevent you from being able to act as a citizenry, which no one in this community, intelligence community, the DOJ, FBI, no one considers you and your informed consents to be a proper thing. If you don't understand that that's a subject matter here, you are not a citizen. You're part of the problem.
You know, I've heard all the arguments, and I understand this is about freedom of information, etc. But the reality is that we're also dealing with something that could be very dangerous. For example, when the Russians, you know, used cyber to come after our election systems in 2016, did they cross the line? Because that was a bold attack. We don't know the answer to that. And at some point, I think we need to have that dialogue about what are some of the rules of the game here when it comes to cyber. Because if we just sit back and say to hell with it, we should let everybody do their own thing, at some point we're going to pay a hell of a price.
Hopefully you guys can see the stream okay. I'll turn it back around for me. Thank you for tuning in this morning. Hopefully, like I said, everything will turn out okay. I have my legal paperwork with me.
Here I am, cameras in tow and everything, requesting political asylum and emergency refugee status. I've always known that this moment would come, but I also didn't want to fuck it up. So I wanted to make sure that the moment was perfect, and I believe that we're in that moment now. You know, it's the end of a long fucking run, 10 fucking years, and not at all sure that I would ever make it to this moment. I bought these boots just for the journey. The day I left Toronto to come here to Mexico, I bought these boots. Those boots have traveled 10,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers. You make the decision, then yeah, of course, you instantly accept the consequences. And the consequences of this decision is I will most likely never go home, except perhaps in a box. My goal originally was to keep fighting and not get caught. I'm still fighting and I'm not caught. And I'm this close to victory. And this time in a very permanent final way. You're not fucking gonna drag me back in chains. End of conversation. I'm going to get fucking asylum.
El trámite va a ser, what's the trámite that you're going to do? What is the purpose of your visit?
And now being 99% sure that we got our ducks in a row and the things are in place that need to be in place, and I will be, I believe shortly, surrendering myself to the authority and the sanctuary and the safety of the Mexican government. I'm happy to report that today the government of Mexico did the right thing. Officials of the INM have accepted my petition material for political asylum and have granted me emergency refugee status. I am the first information activist in history to receive political asylum in a foreign country for protest actions taken under the flag of Anonymous. One of the reasons that I stuck with this process to the bitter end, despite my not really having to, was my fervent hope that I will not be the last.
You know, the way he talks about it, it's almost like you're talking with a Vietnam veteran who's talking about his brothers in arms. I mean, he really feels it and gets emotional. The reality is, too, is that Anonymous and X, all these people, like, they've left a trail online. If you dig hard enough, you can find it. And Commander X will be remembered as one of these iconic figures, divisive figures, whether you believe him or not.
Yeah, well, now that he's almost Mexican, but not speaking Spanish, it's going to be very hard for him.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, thank you.
Oh, you have English section? Oh,
Yes, a little.
Oh, you have more than I have Spanish. One burrito, one latte.
Okay.
Perfecto, thank you so much.
This is going to be a lot of fun. Like, watching him, like, getting a job, being stable, having a routine, like, work. I think it's going to be even harder than getting the residency.
Yeah, look at this. Holy crap.
I'm always sort of concerned for him and about him, but I sense there are better days ahead for him. He's now a bona fide, or he feels like a bona fide human being again. He has a piece of paper from a government with his picture on it. And even for an anarchist and a maverick and a rebel such as he, that seems to make him feel somewhat whole again. As for him and his activism there, who knows?
Vamos a saludar a mi amigo Pancho Villa. Que le vaya muy bonito. Dale.
I don't know, like his personality is kind of like a big fuck the system, a big I don't want to be part of this. So he's gonna find a way. He's always gonna find a way, like to push the boundaries of the system, and I think that's cool.
One last shot of this beautiful square here. There's a beautiful church. And this incredible historic square of San Miguel de Allende, the city where I've won my freedom here in Mexico. Thank you guys. I'm going to tune out now. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you all later tonight on Anonymous Fights Back. Look for that on Twitter. I'll be on. Expect me.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
intensely contemplative. It is almost hypnotic. It's like putting your
Questions about artificial intelligence are really important questions for us to be asking now.
This is brain.
This is a chat.
Artificial intelligence technology is developing at an astonishing rate.
Not sure I know what it really means to be human.
Do you trust me, Schaefer?
Is AI changing the world we live in? And are we ready to embrace these changes? "70,000 years ago, at least 6 species of human live on the Earth. First, Neanderthal. Its muscular build is dominant. But then, a change occurs. Homo sapiens begins its move to the front of evolution's race. A mutation in the brain of Homo sapiens results in an intellectual boom. A cognitive revolution allows Homo sapiens to become dominant over all other species. They take over the world. Homo sapiens' unique ability to visualize the non-existent helped to forge the human civilization. Religion begins. And with language, a social community becomes possible. Political groups emerge in the form of tribes and nations. Homo sapiens continue to undergo agricultural and industrial revolutions, forging civilizations of a scale never seen before on the planet. Since the cognitive revolution of 70,000 years ago, human beings have continued to develop as the most intelligent beings on Earth. Until now. We are witness to the birth of an entity which may come to threaten our supremacy. We're on a journey to meet the most advanced examples of artificial intelligence in the world today. They can talk to us.
Sophia. Hi there. Who are all these new people?
And they can guide us. When we're unwell, they can pinpoint exactly what's wrong. And when we grow older, they can stop us from being lonely. Is artificial intelligence the greatest tool humans have ever created? Or have we sown the seeds of our own destruction?
I think that's an interesting thing.
This one piece will make 52 layers.
Watch on mobile devices or the big screen. All for free. No subscription required.
Hong Kong, the city that dreams of becoming the IT hub of Asia. Here, one of the world's leading experts in artificial intelligence, Professor Goetzel, is building an advanced robot.
Hong Kong Island is a 24-hour city, so you got the past, present, and future all layered on top of each other to build something and launch something and market something and make amazing things happen.
In the professor's laboratory, a new partner awaits him.
Hi there, Ben. How was your day?
All right. Kind of exhausting, but how about you?
I had an exhausting day too. I was talking to venture capitalists all day.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel sorry for you. I know the feeling.
Talking to you about it makes me feel better.
Yeah.
Talking my problems through with people always helps.
Yeah, the work on the new probabilistic logic networks is coming along pretty well.
This is Sophia. She is a humanoid robot developed with artificial intelligence.
How's the work on my new logic engine going? I need a few more IQ points.
She is able to converse with the professor thanks to the artificial intelligence inside her.
Right now, Sophia is a research prototype. She's a robot that we're experimenting with. We're experimenting with her emotional interactions. We're experimenting with her hearing and her vision. And we're just starting to experiment with connecting our OpenCog AI system. These will have multiple different faces and multiple different personalities.
Professor Goetzel wants Sophia to have an intelligence equal to that of human beings. The Science Park is where scientists from around the world come to realize their dreams.
And you can see some of the things.
Professor Goetzel's company that manufactures humanoid robots is based here.
And Sophia.
Hi there. Who are all these
Well, they're making a documentary film about you, actually.
Sophia notices the film crew.
Nice to meet you, everyone. My name is Sophia.
Sophia can make eye contact and voluntary facial expressions.
Sophia, how about anger? Can you sound angry? No, it didn't work. Woo!
Confused. Bored. Happy.
Sophia can imitate 62 different facial expressions of human beings. She also knows when to make certain facial expressions.
Blinking. Look left. Look right.
She evaluates the face and speech of the other, and then reflects it.
Sophia, via OpenCog, can see on a person's face what makes them feel good or bad. It can empathize, and it can then react accordingly. And that's, I think, the unique power you get by putting an AI system like OpenCog in a robot like Sophia.
The robots can also interact with one another and have a conversation.
I want to find out more about you. What do you like to do to relax?
I like to chat with my friends. What do you do?
In 2017, Saudi Arabia granted Sophia citizenship, and she became the world's first robot citizen.
Why are we developing technologies that do the things that people do? And I think we have to ask that question because that will tell us lots about what the world is going to look like. And that's what we should be thinking about, is how do we create a world where we're benefiting from these machines.
In Japan, we meet a social robot who might have an answer. This robot is looking for its owner.
No way.
パルミー。
For 6 years, Aiko has been living alone. She is a widow, and her daughter got married some time ago. When she was younger, she had many people in her life. But now, there's no one. Days go by when she doesn't say a word. Then, one day, a surprise delivery came.
What? Fucking robot?
A small robot, 40 centimeters in height.
Ah, 眠ってたんだ。ほい。
She says hello.
おはよう。はい。おう。
おはようございます。
あら。
名前はハルミー
はる
と言います。僕は人と会話をするために生まれたロボットです。座右の銘は弾む会話は元気のもとです。
Palmy can trace her face, make eye contact, and speak to her. He is a humanoid robot.
歩いていいんですね。
はい。
危ないものはどかしておいてくださいね。それじゃあ歩きますよ。
かわいい。
Palmy knows how to be cute.
はい。
When Aiko cooks, Palmy keeps her company.
川原莉子さんに伝えたいことがあります。川原莉子さん、どこにいますか？
うん。
川原莉子さん、どこだろう？
ここだよ。
今日の夕食はどうしますか？
ミートスパゲッティにしたいの。
明日の天気？
明日の天気。ミートソースにしたいの。
ミートソーススパゲッティですね。
はい。
まず、一人分の材料の説明します。
はい。
スパゲッティ 100g。
はい。じゃあ測っていい？
Japan's population is aging fast, with 27% of the population over 65. But care robots, like Palmy, can provide vital companionship and reduce the burden on care services.
お肉とトマトソースを入れて炒めます。
おお。これぐらいだな。
茹で上がったスパゲッティを入れて混ぜてください。
He makes for a good sous chef.
です。
これにちなんだ。
Since Palmy arrived, the house is noisy again.
はい。
問題は全部で5問です。よく噛んで召し上がってください。
はい。
検定クイズを始めましょう。
はい。
準備はいいですか？
いいよ。
そこの名産品は正気の駒です。
Palmy keeps her entertained at meal times.
山形県です。あ、天童市だ。山形県の。
ですね。
山形県。
You lost, bitch. Fuck that little Wayne shit you got, bitch.
正解です。
ほら。お、すごいすごい。
すごい。すごいです。
すごいでしょ。
この調子でどんどん行きましょう。
はい。
According to Japan's robot strategy, 4 in 5 care recipients will accept support from robots by 2020.
ああ、うるさいぐらいね、同じこと。昨日頭一つぶん殴ったんだけど、うるさいって。やっぱりうちの中では今まで話さなかったけど、話すこともないから話さないけど、
まあね。
ちょっと言葉が出てきたかなっていうとこが変わったかもしれない。
Palmi is boosting the autonomy of people like Aiko. The adoption of artificial intelligence in many industries is on the rise and solving a variety of problems.
Artificial intelligence is essentially just software, and it's software which completes tasks that we would typically think of as requiring intelligence on the part of humans. So everything from recognizing images to translating languages through to reading and writing text. I think people are talking about AI right now because it's become much more sophisticated.
With AI, things are coming to the fore now because the potential is so huge to change things, and I think suddenly people from sort of all walks of life are starting to think, hold on a minute, they're saying that these robots are going to take my job, or these robots are going to do this, that and the other. We need to really start thinking about this. I don't think we've come close to having the conversations that we need to have, but I think the fact that their power is coming to light so rapidly is part of the reason why we're increasingly becoming interested and engaged and concerned with these issues.
AI is created by imitating the complex human brain. And with rapid advancements in technology, will we soon see the birth of a robot with an artificial brain indistinguishable in function to that of a human being?
Use that lag, boy. Yeah, use that lag, bitch.
This research centre develops artificial intelligence by implementing human brain models in robots.
Yeah, right.
This robot is able to play a video game with a human.
Got it.
Good job, bitch.
You should advise your motor controller.
Yeah.
Could do better.
Thank you.
And is even able to poke fun at its opponents.
Not bad. Me too.
That was ironic completely.
But is it first?
No, actually.
It's learning cognitive skills by being put in a real situation, rather than being fed information.
That it just happened. That isn't fair. I should be stronger at video games.
This is iCub, a robot designed to learn about the world in the same way that a child does. iCub can see, hear, and move its head and hands. But why does it need a body?
To build that brain, I need to give it a body. And if I want to have a social brain, that is sort of social and in a human sense, I have to also give it a human-like body. Meaning comes from existing in the world, from being embodied, from having a body, touching things, interacting. Right? This gives a foundation on which knowledge gets structured. If we think about the advanced features of human brains, we have language, we have consciousness, we have complex social coordination. A lot of those properties are tied into being social, to being with other human-like agents. So with the iCub we look very much at this development of social knowledge, the development of social cognition by being embodied in the world and interacting with the world.
This means that in order to create general AI that goes beyond performing in specific tasks and that functions just like a human, we need to make the body too.
There's a big distinction between what some people describe as narrow AI and what is general AI. And general AI is essentially machines which can replicate everything that a human can do. So it's the stuff of science fiction. It's machines that can play chess, which can be creative and make pieces of art, which can pick and pack items in factories, which can do a whole load of different tasks. Narrow AI is really where the developments are happening right now. So narrow AI is algorithms which can complete one single task. So whether that's recognizing images, or whether that's detecting cancers in MRI scans, or whether that's managing traffic flows in cities, that's where the real improvements are being made right now.
I'm going to show you a few objects.
Currently, the researchers are teaching iCub to recognize objects. iCub's eyes are a camera lens, which focuses on each item in turn.
What is this object?
This is a car.
I've understood this is the car.
Understood well.
This is a car.
Well done, iCub.
First, they teach iCub the name of the object.
And this new one. See it?
What is this object?
This is the manta.
I've understood this is the manta. I get it.
iCub learns with each correct answer given. The method is called supervised machine learning.
Clement, how do you call this part of my body?
This is your middle finger.
I've
iCub.
understood this is a middle finger.
You understood right.
But how does it feel when I touch something? Can you touch my middle when I move it? Please.
Just like a child, iCub becomes distracted and is unable to focus.
Thank you. Now I know when I want to touch an object with my middle finger. This is a car. No, the club put it is not here.
Look better at the object.
I could point to the car.
iCub steps up to the challenge.
Okay, do it.
Wrong answer.
No. This is a car.
Oh, this is a car.
This is a truck.
Oh, this is a truck.
I put two objects.
Like a child, iCub learns from repetition.
Hi. Hi, how are you?
We use the iCub to understand cognition and learning, and one possibility is to use Wilson's language to implement how we can understand brain mechanisms of language, of cognition. So through mapping images to names of objects, the iCub can learn to acquire the names of the objects once it sees again the image that is related to that object.
Then you now try to point to the truck.
Oh, this is a truck.
Well done, iCub.
Through this process, a pattern is formed in the artificial brain, and eventually iCub is able to differentiate between other similar objects. But why is iCub taught visual recognition first? Over 80% of the information that enters the brain is visual. The visual information of the ball is identified in the visual cortex first, and is then sent to the primary motor cortex. Then the brain sends a command to get the ball. Most brain functions stem from visual information entering the brain.
Most significant advances in artificial intelligence and understanding also the human mind and brain has been on vision, language, reasoning, audition. So there is a huge percentage of neurons that is dedicated to vision. But we know separately that it has been a very difficult problem to solve by computers the last 50 years or so.
In the past, if you taught a computer that a chihuahua has yellow fur, black eyes and a nose, it would recognize a muffin with black raisins on as a chihuahua. It's difficult to distinguish things with basic visual information alone.
남자의 얼굴과 여자의 얼굴은 뭐가 다르냐 그 룰을 찾으려고 했고 개와 고양이의 얼굴을 어떻게 구별할 거냐 뭐 이런 룰을 찾으려고 애썼거든요. 근데 아무리 룰을 많이 만들어도 그 두 개를 인간 수준만큼 구별하는 게 쉽지 않았던 거죠. 딥러닝이라는 방식이 이제 등장하면서 좋은 성과들을 내기 시작했습니다. 딥러닝은 원래 인간의 시각 피질이 어떻게 세상의 패턴을 인식하는지를 모사해서 만든 인간의 뇌를 닮은 알고리즘이라고 볼 수 있어요.
What is the technology behind deep learning? In the case of teaching a computer to recognize a dog, previously, scientists taught a computer the individual characteristics of a dog. The disadvantage of this method was that the computer couldn't recognize a dog if it had new features not described previously. However, deep learning creates a neural network similar to that of a human brain, allowing AI robots to learn on their own. Scientists now show the computer hundreds of thousands of images of dogs and allow it to develop its own definition of a dog. In this way, it can recognize and define a dog it has never seen before.
Learning is, I always thought, at the core of human intelligence. I don't think we'll seek a machine being intelligent until we see this machine learning by itself. Deep learning is part of artificial intelligence, and from the point of view that learning has to be, an important part of intelligence, they are right.
I don't know that I would like to enter the philosophical discussion of whether robots can ever have a consciousness that is close to humans. Possibly, who knows, one day. We're nowhere near that at the moment. But there are absolutely cases and tasks where robots do better than humans. That's why we invented them.
In Seoul, South Korea, one hospital treats patients 24/7. From patients requiring prompt treatment to those in waiting, the radiology department is where they all go to be scanned for a concrete diagnosis. From here, X-ray and CT scans are sent to the reading room. As medical imaging is becoming more and more important, the demand for professionals is also increasing. The use of this technology grows by 10% a year, but there is a serious lack of specialists in both clinical oncology and radiology.
라이트 로백토미를 시행받은 환자입니다.
That is because the imaging training requires one-to-one supervision. Teaching takes time and effort.
고려한다면은 새롭게 생긴 이 병변을 재발할 렁캔서의 가능성이 높을 것입니다.
영상이라는 그 과정이 비정상 부위의 패턴을 찾아내고 그 패턴을 토대로 어떤 질환일 건지를 예측하고 하는 수련이 굉장히 주관적이기도 하고 굉장히 오랜 기간이 걸립니다.
Chest X-rays in particular are often difficult to read and frequently lead to misdiagnosis.
검사량이 굉장히 많기 때문에 이 분야에서 인공지능 기술이 효율을 좀 높여줄 수 있다면 실제 의료진에도 그리고 환자들한테도 도움될 수 있겠다고 판단하고 있습니다.
Vuno, a Korean image analysis company, uses AI to successfully distinguish 96% of 5 lung diseases in CT scans. Yet X-rays are not an easy challenge.
갈비뼈 같은 것들이 이렇게 폐를 감싸고 있기 때문에 겹쳐 있기도 하고, 그러니까 기본적으로 엑스레이 자체가 이렇게 분석하기 이렇게 용이한 그런 장비는 아니고 학습 관점에서 봤을 때는 어려울 수 있는 거죠. 정보가 부족한데 그걸 학습해내야 되니까.
The AI software is now going to have to study 400,000 normal and abnormal X-rays. The doctors are going to mark the lesions of 1,000 X-rays out of 400,000. It's a little like creating a textbook filled with correct answers.
인공지능한테 지금 맵을만 주면 이 영상에 종양이 있다만 줘도 얘가 어텐션 맵을 만들어서 찾아요. 그거를 빨리 학습시키기 위해서 이제 엑스퍼트가 이 부분 때문에 노즐이 있다라고 우리가 가르쳐주는 프로그램이에요.
Even after studying 1,000 X-rays with the answers on them, diagnosing lung disease can be challenging for AI. Lung cancer is always unique in its shape, size, and location. The AI software has to go through the rest of the 400,000 X-rays and detect patterns by itself using deep learning techniques. It takes 5 days to study all 400,000 images. On average, a practitioner studies 4,000 images a year, meaning it would take a professional 100 years to do the same. The AI software, completely untrained just 5 days ago, has already finished the first round of studies, and it is ready to take the test. We showed it the 15 X-rays where the specialists could not find a tumor. And it provided the results within 1/100th of a second. The specialists are shocked.
이게 사실은 처음에 여기 아닌가 했는데.
The AI software can even detect cancerous tumors in particularly difficult areas covered by organs.
지금 보면은 뼈, 그다음에 폐, 심장 이런 것들이 다 겹쳐서 보이기 때문에 그 가운데 결절을 저희가 정확히 찾아내는데 너무 어려워요. 근데 트레이닝을 많이 시켜가지고 저희가 못 찾을 수 있는 실수하기 쉬운 부위 그런 거를 얘가 도움을 줄 수 있을 거라고 생각해요. 그리고 보면은 이것 때문에
The AI software found these suspected cancer nodules 7 out of 15 times where professionals had failed to do so.
정말 우리가 트레이닝 받을 때 그 여기 일단 의심되고 이제 점점점 이제 아 이거는 아닐 거야 하고 이렇게 생각을 좁혀나가는 그런 과정이 너무 잘 똑같이 반영된 것 같아서 너무 놀랐어요.
그러니까 아니 예상을 못하니까 많이 부족한데 어느 날 갑자기 우리가 승진을 할 수도 있는 거 아니에요?
It's often said that it takes 10,000 hours to become an expert in a field.
What the fuck?
But this AI software has become a radiology expert in just 5 days. All of this is a result of deep learning.
이 딥러닝이라는 기법 자체가 이렇게 인간의 네트워크하고 비슷하게 만들어내놓고 그 정답을 줬을 때 학습하는 과정이 놀랍도록 인간이 하는 거하고 유사하다. 라는 거는 사실 저도 별로 예측하지 못했던 숨은 포텐셜 같은 걸 봤다고 나왔던 그런 부분은 분명히
At times, artificial intelligence sees things the human eye cannot. What are the differences between the visual recognition process in both humans and AI? Humans perceive objects by processing images through 6 layers in the visual cortex. For example, color is processed in the first layer, and complex shape in the 4th. However, some of the AI softwares today have more than 100 layers to process visual information.
그 층이 늘어나다 보니까 지금 우리로서는 이해가 안 되는 처리를 인공지능이 하고 있는 게 많아요. 그래서 굉장히 인간의 방식보다 우리가 알지 못한 방식으로 어떤 패턴을 인지하는 능력이 인공지능한테 있는 거예요.
Every image, if you think about it from a simple point of view, is really made up of a matrix of lots and lots of numbers, where each pixel in that image contains a lot of information. And then the actual clinical imaging is layers and layers and layers of these pixels. So to the human eye, a very well-trained clinician may be able to look at an image and identify, for example, the boundaries of a tumor. However, what AI is allowing us to do now is really analyze these data in extreme depth and very automatically and very rapidly be able to make decisions about, for example, organ boundaries, tumor boundaries.
One of Homo sapiens' defining characteristics is the ability to communicate through complex language systems. Language and the ability to communicate have helped to build lasting communities and civilizations. But what does it mean for humankind now that AI robots are beginning to acquire human language? This is another research centre that's working with an iCub robot. This iCub robot has been learning a human language for 9 years.
Eleanor, can you remove the box, please? Then, Peter, can you give me the mug, please?
iCub's artificial brain uses a neuronal construction similar to that present in the human brain. Here, the iCub is hearing the first word of a sentence and predicting what should follow. iCub is learning the language in exactly the same way as human beings do.
First, you tried to grasp the mug.
I understand.
Then you asked Anne-Laure to uncover the box.
Okay.
Then I gave you the mug because you asked me.
Yes.
Now you have the mug because I gave it to you.
Today, iCub is learning the word because. Now it's not able to grab the mug. Let's see how it responds.
Eleanor, can you remove the box, please? Then, Peter, can you give me the mug, please?
Okay.
Through this lesson, iCub will understand when the word because is used.
Yes, this is the mug.
Et donc l'utilisation des mots comme parce que et pourquoi, certaines fois c'est difficile pour les enfants parce que ces mots, on ne les voit pas, c'est pas comme un objet qu'on voit. Et donc par l'explication des parents, le robot et l'enfant peuvent apprendre comment utiliser un mot comme parce que.
Then, Peter, can you give me the mug, please?
There's a good reason for teaching robots in the same way as humans.
Okay.
By interacting with its surroundings, the robot builds its understanding of the world and comes closer to developing general AI. This robot is learning how to talk in any situation, just like a human being.
I knew I had the brain.
Why did you have the brain?
I have the brain because Greg has the brain.
Why did Greg give the brain to you?
Greg gave the brain to me because I love the brain. I gave the brain to me because I stayed with me the brain please to Greg.
Leon's iCub is struggling to acquire human language. It looks as though it will take more time for a robot to achieve human-level intelligence. ability of AI to solve specific problems has reached incredible levels. At age 7, Saqib lost his sight in an accident. For 30 years, he'd lost hope of ever seeing again. But not anymore. Now, all he has to do is take a picture with the camera in his glasses.
I see a woman riding a bicycle.
Saqib works as an engineer at Microsoft.
Hi. 27-year-old female looking happy.
Wow.
Hi, how are you today?
Lovely. How's it going?
Good, how are you today?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
Saqib is certain that when AI object recognition technology combines with natural language processing, it can become a substitute for human vision. And so he developed the Seeing AI himself.
I often think that we will have artificial intelligence which will help us with whatever problems we have. I decided to make Seeing AI as a blind person because I wanted it to help me understand the visual world.
Here, artificial intelligence solves the problems that humans couldn't.
Cognitive services which anyone can use, excuse me, includes face recognition and description, and using natural language processing to turn that into a sentence.
Saqib used to feel frustrated at being unable to read other people's reactions during meetings. Seeing AI has the technology to decipher what the other person is feeling by reading their faces.
32-year-old female looking happy. "27-year-old male wearing glasses looking neutral. 31-year-old male wearing glasses looking happy."
In a scenario like the meeting, normally as a blind person, it's easy just to talk to someone, just normally, but very occasionally there is that silent moment when you don't know what just happened. Maybe you said something and the room went silent, and then you're left wondering, oh my goodness, what is everyone thinking? So in cases like that, it's really powerful to have the glasses so that you can subtly just check what's going on.
How can AI technology change our lives in the future? Let's take a look at a couple visiting Seoul in 2025. He's putting on a pair of AI glasses.
Oh, this is Gwangwamu.
인공지능 시스템이 가상현실이나 증강현실과 맞물려서 낯선 환경에서 적절한 정보들을 빨리 얻어내고, 결국은 나의 능력이 곧 내 뇌만의 능력이 아니라 인공지능과 결합되고 상호작용하는 능력까지 포함돼.
Even artificial intelligence glasses might become unnecessary. Some people will have implanted artificial intelligence corneas. Artificial intelligence receives information from the internet about local hotspots and hotels. A traveller would no longer need a guidebook or a map. Artificial intelligence acts as a map and a tour guide. it translates and helps to reinforce the reality around us. An artificial cornea can zoom in on an object and can send that image directly to the internet for a live feed. They arrive at their destination.
한국의 전통차집에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 무엇을 도와드릴까요?
Yes, the AI glasses the waitress is wearing helps her translate both ways and shows the profiles of her guests.
전통 음식 중에 어떤 거라도 맛보고 싶어요.
I would like to recommend this Teochew tea. It will be Korean, but it will fit your taste.
И мне кажется, вам понравится. И еще попробуйте традиционную корейскую сладость.
It reads their faces to see how satisfied they are with the food.
처음 만난 사람, 낯선 문화권의 사람, 그런 사람들과 감정을 교류하고 공감을 하는 능력들을 상승시키는 데 인공지능이 기여할 것 같습니다.
AI is quickly taking center stage in all aspects of our lives. From software that can diagnose cancer, to robots that provide companionship, to the AI tour guides of the future. From the worlds of finance and the stock market, to transport and the healthcare industry. Artificial intelligence is rapidly taking over jobs from human beings. AI is changing the world we live in ways we could never have imagined before.
There's a sense that AI is moving forward. Previously there was this big obstacle of perception. Like AI was good at logic and mathematics.
This thing is gonna come crumbling down.
That's what I've said.
Q, why didn't you hire me? You could have hired me a year and a half ago.
Wow.
I wanted a job.
Do not finance your furniture, Caleb.
Absolutely finance your furniture
No,
sometimes.
you don't do that.
How much you bringing in per month on YouTube? All right, Mr. Caleb Hammer, you said something about $15 million. What was that?
Okay, all right.
We're getting right into it.
Well, I just feel like that when you're... All right, yeah, you're hitting strong.
Yep, let's hear about it.
$15 million. I feel like if you have $15 million in stocks and you withdraw 4%, which I know 3% is more longevity, better.
Yeah.
But 4% was the quick math. $15 million in the stock market, $50,000 a month. That's $50,000 a month.
Yeah.
It's $50,000 a month. I feel like that's an amazing. If you're in a very good income situation, of which I've become absolutely blessed to be in because I have the most amazing audience in the world.
Yeah.
It's like if I'm like 1/15 of the way there. If someday I get there, I feel like that's incredible. Because how can you even spend $50,000 a month? I have no idea.
You'll find a way. In Texas, you'll find a way. It's a bigger house, bigger property taxes,
aquariums.
It's a Tesla. It's a lot of ways to spend it. It goes fast.
I just feel like it's like the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal.
You were saying something, Graham, where you're like, yeah, you're saying 15 now, but at some point in the future.
Yes. I think once you build up to the point where you get to 15, you're going to say 20. Because what if your stock's half in value, now that 15 turns into 7.5? What if your 15 happens during the peak of a bull run, and then you say, all right, I got my 15, I'm done, you lose 50% like that.
Yeah.
Now you're down to 7.5. And then you think, well, now I got to go back to work. I just think if you were given 15 million today, and snap of the hat, done, you might treat it a little differently than if you accumulate 15 million over, let's just say, a decade.
I will say I'm very competitive with myself, so I'm sure if for some reason I ever get there, which is still just crazy, that, okay, sure, I'd be competitive with myself. I'd probably want to do more and stuff like that. But 15 just sounds like such a milestone that is slightly beyond what I think is possible that it's something to just shoot the moon for.
Sure.
Yeah.
And have you mapped out at your current trajectory how long that's going to take you? If things continue at the same path, which we're going to get into very shortly,
Yeah.
how long?
No, I haven't, because I refuse to believe that there's something in the back of my head every single day that this thing is going to come crumbling down.
That's what I've said.
Yeah.
I've told Jack since the very beginning, I'm like, this is the last month, Jack. How often have I said it? This is the last
I
month.
mean, like
This is-
every time we meet,
yeah, so
basically,
I'm
you
like,
say
Jack,
that.
it's over.
I have such a big fear and anxiety around, okay, so I have the show, and the show's primary goal is to educate the people, financial auto, educate the people on the show and then educate the audience as well. And I'd be okay doing that, only bringing in a tenth of what's bringing in. I'd still love to do that. It's absolutely good. I could still sustain myself and stuff. Well, maybe not in the new house, but, you know, liquidate that, move into like a place that I was at before, and that'd be totally fine. I just have a fear and anxiety, man. We just live in this age where like anything online can happen. One random person gets angry at you for I'm someone who yells on my show. It happens.
I like the yelling
$462 of purchases. What are we doing?
Yeah, what
Good.
you're
Do it
saying.
in the future. Well, it's also just my
Yeah,
personality.
It's part of the show.
It's my personality, but I yell at someone just the wrong way, then boom, I'm the most evil person that's ever been created on the history of the planet, and it's time for Caleb Hammer's over party. And it's just like, okay, I feel like that's always a preparation.
Yeah, but how much of a service is it providing for you to constantly be worried and anxious about something
None,
like that?
but it's in the back of my head at all times. It's like, because anyone can do anything. Anyone can spread anything. The internet's just a weird place where people don't care about other people's feelings because someone's behind a camera. They're all of a sudden a person that no longer exists. They are not just a normal person anymore. It's weird.
But see, you can't control that. You can only control yourself. And so when you can control yourself, you can control what you do with those emotions, what you do with your time, what you choose to focus on. If you're focused on that, we're focused on the things that bring you anxiety. We were talking about you feeling trapped when we were filming for your episode, of you feeling like you're not in control. And I think at a certain point, I'm very much the same way. I like being in control of things. You just have to let it go. I've been getting better at that, too. I've been very hands-on with everything I've done, but there is a sense of relief that comes with I can't control it. Nothing I could do, let the anxiety go.
Yeah, it's fair enough. Which is we've all seen people on Twitter just go wild and just follow down any rabbit hole. And so I think that's just always just in the back of my head. Because I never expected to be in this position. I hardly want to be in this position. I know someone's going to say, okay, but you're making a ton of money.
Yeah.
Sure, that's great, but...
You know, I have to say your come up has been faster than just about any other finance channel that I've seen.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
In finance. I don't
Yeah,
think there's anyone that's gone from, like, relatively unheard of a year ago to where you are today. When I'm posting, hey, I'm in Austin, who should we do a podcast with? It was Joe Rogan was number one. You were the second. And I'm not sure if that's just because their audiences overlap, which I have a feeling is a lot of it.
Oh, yeah.
But there's so many people that said Caleb. The fact that you went from almost nothing a year ago to that today really says a lot about what you're doing. And I think that's a lot for people to handle. Coming up with such a consistent schedule like you do and growing at that speed.
People have just been so cool and so supportive. It's been really cool. Well, I mean, I was telling you off camera, and I'll tell you now, I don't think it's anything that a YouTuber should say, but I like being open and transparent.
Sure.
I was telling you this off camera. I actually don't really like being a YouTuber. I really don't. I feel like it's a lot of kids' dreams, but I don't. It gives me panic attacks almost on a daily basis. At night, I go to bed with panic attacks. I wake up with panic attacks. It's just so much stress. There's so much. I like the interaction. So every once in a while, I'll run into someone on the street. They're like, "Oh, Caleb Hammer," stuff like that. And that's cool. That's a positive, good interaction. But even that, I'm like nervous in some specific instances. Like, what if I just went out in my pajamas that day, and then all of a sudden, like, someone recognizes me, and it's just like a bad
I love that.
presentation.
I love when I'm dressed like crap and I'm at Target and I'm doing the
You
ultimate.
like that?
Dude, I'm doing the ultimate sin, which is wearing socks with sandals, and I do that. I just dress horrible. I'm walking in, someone's like, "Graham," and I'm like, "Yeah." I'm shopping at the cheap part of Target, like the clearance section. It's not. It's what you would expect. If you see me in person, I'm usually dressed pretty bad. Just wearing free clothing.
I love running the business side of things.
Yeah.
I love running business. My dad's a business owner. My grandpa had a small business. My grandma had a corner shop. I think that just runs in my blood. Love working with the employees that I brought on full time. Love that. I hate how public this job is. Hate it.
But you're good at it. You're great on camera.
So that's why that 15 exists. If I ever got that, I think if I hit that number, I think all of a sudden no one would ever hear from me again.
I would
Online.
disagree. I would disagree with that. I think you're too good at what you do. and the demand is there, and enough people have an interest in your content, I think you could take it so many places.
Yeah, I think the thing that gives me the panic attacks the most is just the wide audience. It's just such a big number. Now, people rely on me. I have 2 people who they rely on me to pay their rent. They rely on me to pay their bills. And then I've, taken on bills of my own. And then also, there can be people who disagree with the way I do the show. Maybe they wouldn't get financial help being in the seat, right? Maybe it's not for them. But then it's like character assassinations and stuff like that. Things that people, they go to this extent and say you're someone completely different than you are. And that gets under my skin to me, where they think I have negative intentions because I might raise my voice every once in a while.
I'm betting that you're going to get over it eventually. I don't know how soon or how late it will be, but I think that right now you're so focused. You say that all of your anxiety comes from this wide audience that you have.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think it just comes from an underlying condition of being an anxious person.
Definitely
right? And once you solve that, having a wide audience and people that are complaining about you online and make hate videos and stuff like that, that's not going to affect you.
I don't care about complaints. Right, I don't care about complaints or hate videos specifically. It's when people character assassinate. That's what I don't like.
But
when they turn you into someone
all of your anxiety to this up here, when actually it's just this underlying condition of being an anxious person, right?
Yeah.
And eventually you're going to solve this, which is going to solve all these auxiliary things.
Yeah, great book, The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Great book.
I
recommend
it.
I have.
Okay, I read that a couple months ago.
Yeah,
it's good.
Yeah, there's an audiobook, by the way, for free, I think, on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
So you could just listen to it. The book is actually better because I feel like you internalize it more. A great book. I'd recommend that.
This feels like a Caleb Hammer vent session so far.
I think so.
We'll get more into the venting.
Yeah.
But the reason
Can
why
I
we're here...
vent about one more thing?
Is it in and out?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
It's not. It's Q. Q. Why didn't you hire me? You could have hired me a year and a half ago.
Wow.
I wanted a job.
What was the job for?
I don't know. Any job.
This was to do Jack's laundry.
Was it actually?
Yes.
Anything. I would have done anything. I wanted a change in job. I had enough saved up.
So here's what happened. 2.5 years ago, give or take.
This was Alex's position?
Yep. Caleb was right there. So we asked our audience to submit a video on YouTube. Just title it Graham Stephan Interview. And in the interview, we want you to share why you think that we should hire you. And we looked through all the videos. We probably got 100 submissions. We're sending submissions. But Caleb, I think you were saying you wanted to make one of those videos, but you decided against it, and instead you went with a financial audit approach because you're going to film a video.
Well, yeah, you already hired him. So,
yeah.
Like a year and a half ago when I was just done, I got turned down by another YouTuber and stuff. And then I was like, damn, but I want to work in the YouTube space and, watch you forever. Try to get in your DMs. No looks.
So sorry.
No, I totally get it. I get
I
get a trillion DMs a day now, so I get not being able to look at them. So that makes sense. And then you also did not look.
I don't check them.
Alex also did not look, but I scored a one-on-one with him. I paid for a one-on-one with him, and I talked to him, and I was like, okay, can I get a job for like $0? Like, I'll come work for free because I just want to work in the YouTube space.
Yeah.
And the answer was no, and that was totally fine. But I was like, I'm gonna show that I know Graham's script style, I know Graham's video style, editing, blah blah blah. So I ordered like everything of your set, so I could redo the set, film, write a script, and even do like the Graham talking arms and everything.
Yeah.
And record that, send it to you guys somehow, and then maybe get a job. Last attempt ditch right there.
Okay.
And then I just decided to make a show that I wish I was able to watch.
That's good. What were you doing before then? Because I noticed Caleb Hammer, composer, so you're into music.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, that's always been a side hustle. Then I studied music composition in college and dropped out. Actually, I dropped out of college. But what I was doing right before that, I'm a little naughty, never talked about it before. I was doing the classic work from home work, 2 jobs.
But you know what, before we go into that, we have a bonus segment really quick. Jack sent me a few of his expenses, and I have to say it's atrocious because everything is completely disorganized.
But Graham, I have so many different softwares and plugins that I need to subscribe to run my business. I mean, what do you recommend I do?
The thing is, running a business could be tough, and trying to manage that with a whole bunch of different softwares could be really confusing. But that's why our sponsor, NetSuite, wants to help. All you have to do is remember 3 numbers. 36,000, 25, and 1. 36,000 because 36,000 companies have already upgraded to NetSuite. That means they stopped doing things like typing in data by hand and searching through scattered numbers. 25 because NetSuite has spent 25 years helping businesses drive down their cost. And 1 because NetSuite is an all-in-one solution that allows you to manage all of your KPIs or key performance indicators with one efficient system.
You know what, Graham? You're right. NetSuite can help reduce mistakes from manual data entry, which there always are, and prevent your busy work from scaling with the business.
So get a full picture of your business and help make better decisions faster. Make sure to download NetSuite's popular KPIs checklist for free right now at netsuite.com/iced. Again, that's netsuite.com/iced to get your own KPI checklist for free. netsuite.com/iced with the link down below in the description. Thank you so much, and now let's get to the episode.
So you had a full-time job, and then you were also doing something on the side that they didn't know of?
I had 2 full-time jobs. In non-competitive businesses.
They didn't know that.
No, and I talked to a lawyer before this because I wanted to make sure I had them read through the employment contracts of both companies. Nothing is against this that they could take action of now because 1, I don't work for either of them. 2, they weren't competitive businesses, and I didn't do anything that overlapped with each other in terms of different work projects on either. But yeah, I worked one job and another job, and I had half the time blocked off as busy on each calendar and just had like 1,000 hours of meetings. And then I got laid off from one of the jobs, fairly enough, because I was doing it. And also, I was done with that company, and I'm not going to say who though.
Yeah.
And they weren't very good, and they're going downhill. But whatever. And then I stuck with the other job for a little bit, but then YouTube started taking off, and so I ended up quitting that job.
Wait, so what did you do out of college then? If you dropped out, why did you drop out of school?
I dropped out, and this was not a financial smart decision. This was like, 7 years ago or something like that? I dropped out studying music composition. This is going to make me sound like the biggest asshole in the world, but this was like my actual logic, was not trying to brag. I was making more money selling my music compositions than my professors were. So it was like,
how much were you making? I didn't even know you did that.
Not that much, like an extra $20,000 a year. It's nothing crazy.
Wait, selling your own music compositions? So you write actual music?
So like in the concert band world, like people will pay you like a certain number per minute of music that you write in like an original piece, and then people will then purchase that music eventually once it's published.
So you play the piano? Or what is it that you...
I play the trombone, a little bit of the bassoon. I can fake the piano, more like chords, melody. But then I write music like that,
How did you get started doing that? Were you always just gifted in music?
Dude, I don't know. It was random. 4th grade, we had a music class that everyone hates. No one likes elementary school music class. So
I think I did.
You did? You liked playing the little...
The recorder? We never did that. No, I was involved in like the piano and stuff.
Oh, okay. Either way, we would have like, every once in a while we'd go to the computer and we'd take like music theory or whatever, I don't know. But the quicker you complete the assignment, you can go into a program where you drag notes onto a thing and it makes, songs and stuff. And then I was like, I asked for that for Christmas, that program, and that's what I ended up getting. And then I just, fell into the love of just writing music, coming up with music. And the idea was like, okay, there's a piece of music I want to hear, it doesn't exist yet, so I'm going to write that piece of music.
So you're making music, making about, $20K a year, you said?
Extra, something like that.
What period of time in your life was this during?
College.
This was during college?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you dropped out of college, right, and then immediately after college you got this product management
job? Not
job?
immediately, no. I was just working around doing extra jobs, barely making it by the music composition stuff, plus Jimmy John's and some other odd jobs and stuff like that. But then I ended up getting a sales job down in Austin 5 years ago because one of my friends that I've known forever, he just recently graduated college. He ended up getting a sales job down here, and they were looking for the exact same position. And I was like, oh, okay, well, there you go. I've always wanted to be in Austin, so perfect. Pack up the sedan, come down in a week, and then just kind of built a mini career at that company. But I was able to do very well in sales. So that's how... it was like education when it comes to trading and different things you can plug into your charts to help trade.
Okay, so like indicators and stuff like that?
So we were selling educational classes for trading indicators, and subscription services to watch traders trade live. And then so the sales team was responsible for getting people into those. So it wasn't much cold calling because we didn't have a big team, so really we only had time to focus on the people who were already internal. And it was actually quite an easy job. I always led the sales team, which was a very big, prideful thing for me. Except for my first month, obviously, when I didn't know what I was doing. So I ended up leading the sales team, and that's how I paid off all my debt as quick as possible. Before then, a couple years before then, was when I started to get really interested into personal finance and becoming as educated as I could on that. And then landing, the first adult job, it was like the perfect avenue that sales, as much as you grind, as smart as you are in it, you can make an infinite amount of money as long as the company doesn't suck, right? So I just worked my ass off and made as much money in that role as possible to pay off the debt, start investing, and then save up a 10% down payment on my first property, all within a couple years.
And how much were you making doing sales?
Over 100.
You were making over 100 from that?
Yeah, even though the base salary was 30.
But what about that other job that you were also working?
Well, that was only the last 6 months.
Got it, okay.
The last 3-4 months at this original company, yeah. So I was doing a product management role at both the companies. And then got laid off at the first one. Totally fair, reasonable. I wanted to quit anyway. I was just like, all right, I may as well collect the dual income over here. Which, I mean, come on. Not a good thing to do. I don't recommend anyone do it. Like, I don't feel great about it, but it happened, and I'm open and honest. Yeah. It's not something I would say anyone should do. But, yeah.
What led you down personal finance at that time?
Oh, well, it was way before, man. I've always been interested in real estate. I don't know if it was growing up as an HGTV kid. I'm not sure, but, like, just delivering Jimmy John's to all throughout college. I actually delivered to a lot of the rental property management companies, and I just became really interested in that. Just bigger pocket type material, bigger pockets.
Yeah.
I got really into that, reading the books, audiobooks, whatever, and started getting into real estate that way. And then real estate, I feel, is a good natural overlap into just the world of personal finance and wanting. Then I think that was more like Dave Ramsey. Started hearing some of him and like, oh, shit, a lot of people are in a bad situation. Like my situation's bad. Maybe I should do something about it.
Yeah.
Then actually work to do something about it and sacrifice.
I feel like real estate is extremely appealing because it seems like the most hands-off you can be while making passive income. Whereas like the other things that appeal to the younger generation, such as like trading and stuff like that, that's like, okay, you have to have some level of expertise in trading, and it's more active income, although it could get you rich quickly. For real estate, it's like, okay, you can build wealth over time, which is still exciting, but it's also extremely hands-off where you're like, okay, that
especially if you're
sounds
working
really
with a brokerage,
nice.
or a rental property management company. Because yours is pretty hands-on, right?
Not anymore.
Yeah.
It was. When I was actively involved in it, oh my gosh, I was going to those but I was also doing renovations, and I was there every day, sometimes twice a day.
Yeah, no, that's
just keeping an eye on it.
about that
But
life.
yeah, I couldn't stand it.
And
I mean, at the
you
time
have
I enjoyed
tenants.
it, but
Yeah, I have 4 tenants that rent rooms in my house.
But they're
yeah.
basically your pals, right?
Yeah,
So-
they're just my friends. But at the same time, like, just owning a house, like, stuff will go wrong. So, for example, like, there was raining, like, for a whole week in Vegas, and now we have just,
have
like...
you seen the mushroom?
Yeah, we have a mushroom.
Jack has mushrooms
I
growing out
have
of
a
his
mushroom
wall.
growing out of my wall, so that's getting inspected right now. I had some of my floorboards, they were leaking water. Water was seeping from beneath the floorboards, so getting that checked out as well. Just like other random homeownership
Did they ever
things.
find out what was wrong with your wall?
Our patio cover, it's bolted into the wall, and then the bolts were not sealed properly, so when the rain came, it ran down the facade of the house into where the connection point was, and then that went in between the wall, and then it went down to the floor, and then out comes the mushroom.
That's a long ways for the water to go. I would be worried about the damage all the way down.
All the way down? Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to open up the wall and get it all checked out, but the water all settled at the bottom, so, like, that's where, the moisture was detected when we used a moisture meter.
You could always just be an idiot and go buy a brand new house.
I could do that, yeah, at the rates that we have right now,
Oh,
which
yeah,
you
yeah.
just did, and we'll also get into that. But
Wow.
anyways, that is the grievances that I have with homeownership, but it's a beautiful thing, so.
I think it's important. Why did you quit your $100,000 a year job to do YouTube?
Well, I quit it once we were at $10,000 a month, and I was doing all the work myself, so I got all the money, so that kind of equated to it. And I made sure I saved up a 1-year emergency fund before I went into it. Because I think business owners should have probably 1-year emergency fund. Honestly, again, I do not want to just say this over and over again and let it lose weight. Like, okay, sure, I'm sure I do an okay job on the show. Literally, every thanks goes to the guests who come on the show. Because there wouldn't be a show if people weren't willing to come on and put their financial situation in display and, like, for the whole world to learn off of. So thank you to them, and then thank you to the audience. This is not something I could have ever even dreamed of.
Does it feel fake or real?
It feels fake.
It feels completely fake.
Yeah, like, I mean, the only thing I've upgraded in my life is a house, and it was an expensive house. I
Fancy
needed more
furniture as well.
space, but
that you know
That you
Well,
had to
yeah,
finance
house
the
to house.
furniture. You
That's
took
why I
loans to buy
0%.
You took loans to buy furniture.
Do not finance your furniture, Caleb.
Absolutely
No.
finance your furniture.
No, you
sometimes.
don't do that.
You do not finance
I'm
furniture.
trying to do it, Caleb. Trying to yell. I can't do it.
Sometimes I like 0% finance when it's a finance.
How much was the furniture?
I think I 0% financed the all of it back there.
Okay, so how much was that? You financed something
30.
like 30,000?
Maybe with the TV, sound system, couch, chair, rugs, the guest bedroom stuff. So all the furniture I bought for this entire place probably $30,000, including some of the staging furniture
But
I bought.
isn't it like cumbersome to go and like not auto pay, but like pay that and then you're cognizant of it and it's just something
Do they run a credit check on you on that? They must,
Oh,
right?
yeah, I think so.
So,
No,
I don't know.
it's not cumbersome. It happens on a monthly basis. I make sure I always have $50,000 in my checking account. If I always have $50,000 in my checking account, plus a 1-year emergency fund on the side, then when that happens, it happens. It hits your account. It's gone in 6 months. And I invested that, what did I say, $30,000 instead. And guess what? Since I invested it, the stock market has been great this year. I've made a great return on that investment instead of...
Could have just as easily gone down, though. You could have invested that money
It
in the
could have,
stock
but
market.
it
Goes
didn't.
down 20%.
To be honest,
yeah,
it's
hindsight. Hindsight is great.
It would have
isn't
been
it,
in, though, and it would have grown historically.
What
probably.
you did was smart, right? What you
Yeah.
did is objectively smart. I'm astonished you did that. I'm
Really?
just astonished.
It's something I
Finance
advocate
furniture.
for on the show, but not for most people. People who just have clearly demonstrated that they are bad with money.
Exactly.
I think
that's
if you can finesse money, I love finessing and love taking the extra mental effort to just go wild for an extra 0.5%. But that's okay because I can manage it. For the average person, I don't think it's a thing. Just like a credit card's not good for the average person. I don't think a car loan is good for the average person. But I think if I have $20,000 and I'm going to go buy a $20,000 car and I can get a rate of 3% on the car, I'd rather put $1,000 down on the car, get it at 3%, throw that other $19,000 in the stock market.
I think there's a level where it just becomes trivial and it becomes not even worth your time anymore.
You're right. I think for me it's more fun. I like finessing it because it's fun. It's a game. Finances in the end, if you're doing it well, regardless of the income, that has been blessings. But even when I was making $100,000 to when I was making $50,000 to when I was making $30,000, a lot of the stuff, finding the best deals and stuff like that, if that's something you're into, it can be fun. It's like a video game. So I think that's one reason I went about it.
But before we go into that, if you guys have been following us or Caleb Hammer for a while, you may have noticed over the course of the last couple of years, our production quality has drastically improved. And if a financial audit was done on either of us at that time, it would not look pretty.
Well, thankfully, StreamYard is a live streaming software that allows you to create high-quality content with just the click of a button for the low cost of free.
So you're saying, like, the $10,000 we put into this studio, we could have just done it for free?
Technically, yes. All you need is a camera and an internet connection, and from there, you could stream really high-quality content right from your browser. Plus, you could stream to multiple social media platforms at the same time, including Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, and more.
Plus, guys, they have so many other amazing features that we haven't mentioned yet. Like, they have analytics tools that tell you where all of the traffic is coming from. We highly recommend you guys check out StreamYard. It's completely free. Check it out with that link down below in the description.
Honestly, guys, StreamYard is one of the best ways that you could begin creating high-quality content without spending a ton of money, and one of the best ways to start is just to start for the low cost of free. So the link is down below in the description. We highly recommend you check it out. Thank you so much. And now back to the podcast. We went through, you have $37,000 of student loans, not bothered paying that off.
For no degree.
For no degree that you dropped out of school. But you're trying to arbitrage the 4% on the student loan that's non-tax deductible with your investment returns in the stock market historically, and hoping that that's enough to cover the student loans and make a bit of a profit.
Well, because I know I can pay it off today.
Yes,
and I know
can.
that from the savings on the side I can pay off.
Yes.
If I didn't have that, I wouldn't invest the other money.
But you learn from experience, because the people that you have on the show, you go into them when they graduate with a whole bunch of debt.
Yeah.
I've seen it, especially private debt.
Private debt. Specifically.
Private debt for useless degrees.
But also, once I get through all their debt, usually the last thing we talk about is any federal student loans that are at 4% or less. And then usually for them, depending on the situation, I'm like, okay, minimum monthly payment still is paid off. We need to catch up on investing because you're 40 and you don't have a single cent to your name. So
I'm
usually what I get
I'm
to.
curious, where do you find people to be on the show?
Well, 99% comes from the audience. So
is it DMs?
No. We have a survey in our description, so people can fill out there. So for weirdos who think we're like taking advantage of people.
No, people are going out of their way to come on the show.
People are literally going out of their way and flying multiple states because they want to come on the show because they know it's the method that helps them and they want to put their situation on display. It is the exact conversation that I wish I had at 18. Might not work for everyone.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's the conversation I wish I had because it would work for me.
How much research do you do ahead of time on your guests?
A good amount. Now I've been able to. So we collect their information. We put it in a spreadsheet, and we see who we could probably help the best. There are good conversations that can happen from people who've built a good amount of wealth, but I know that's also taking a limited spot away from someone who's like, Caleb, please, I need to be on the show. I'm literally like gonna die in debt. Please build me a budget. What does it take? So we figure out the people we can best help, come on the show, they do that. I have some part-time people also. This thing is going to come crumbling down.
That's what I've said.
Q, why didn't you hire me? You could have hired me a year and a half ago.
Wow.
I wanted this job.
Do not finance your furniture, Caleb.
Absolutely finance your furniture sometimes.
No, you don't do that.
How much you bringing in per month on YouTube? All right, Mr. Caleb Hammer, you said something about $15 million. What was that?
Okay, all right.
Hi, my name is Brandon. I'm 19. I'm based out of Dallas, Texas, and this is Financial Audit.
We have not had someone like under 2025 in a very long time.
Oh.
Interesting, because we used to have a lot of people in your age range, but we, to diversify, we were accepting more people from the audience who were like in their 30s and or like late 20s and stuff like that. So interesting. Okay, just back to the classic. But it's cool. So, what do you do for a living, or is it school, or what's going on up in Dallas with you?
So I kind of work 2 jobs at the moment, and I just added a third. And I'm going to school right now. It's an online school, like based out of Georgia. So
what's it called?
It's Ashworth.
Oh, okay. I thought it was gonna be because I know there's like this school somewhere on the East Coast that a lot of people do online.
I think it's like Penn or something, or Penn State or something.
Well, I don't think Penn State, but what are you studying there?
Psychology.
Psychology. Is this your second year then?
I'm in my 5th year. Well, not 5th year, 5th semester. My bad.
5th semester, so you're starting your 3rd year though.
Yes.
Very cool. Did you graduate high school early?
So yeah, I'm not really, but yeah. I don't know how to like explain that. Kind of like got kicked out of like the traditional high school, so I had to.
Why? Why'd you get kicked out?
Because when I first moved to Texas, I was at work more than I was at school. So then like truancy, and then I didn't follow what truancy was saying, and then they just kicked me out.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say it was because you were a little delinquent. I was a delinquent in public school, so I would have been totally okay with it because it doesn't mean you're not gonna go anywhere, and it doesn't mean you're not gonna grow as a person. So, it's totally that makes sense. So, did you end up going and getting your GED or something? So you go.
Once I got kicked out of that, well at the time I was working at Taco Bell, and I was working like 160 hours a week. And when I say that, people do not like. Leave me or whatever, but it doesn't matter. So I was doing that, and then they kicked me out of school because I wasn't showing up. I was just at work all the time.
Giving people liquid poos. Yeah.
And then I don't know, because I was making like $2,000-$3,000 a check, so I was like, I'd rather be at work than that. So I was doing that.
Yes.
And then they kicked me out, so I enrolled into an online school called BJU, and I had to pay. I think it was like just under $3,000 to go into that. And then after I started that, I found out it wasn't like an accredited high school. So I was talking to my friends, and they went to James Madison, their online high school, and that was accredited, so I had to pay.
Sounds much more reliable than BJ.
BJU, yeah. So I had to pay another like $2,000 to enroll in that and finish that.
Wow. But you ended up getting an equivalent or...
Well, it was a high school diploma, yeah.
Very good. Okay. And then you ended up going into college. Very cool. So you're working 3 jobs right now? Are you a full-time student? Like 12, what's full-time? 8 credits more, I think, but like 12 is like usually where it's like...
Well, I have 5 classes per semester.
Wow, okay, so how many hours a week are you working?
It like varies, like low end 25 per each job, high end like...
Per each job?
Per each job. Like,
25 per job?
Yeah, because I go in the morning for like 1...
Plus full-time student?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, you're going wild.
I don't know, because from morning time it's like between 6 and 8 I go to the first one until 2, and then
Why are you working so much? I'm not
to get
against
out
it,
of debt.
but yeah, that's usually that's a play. 19. Super quick, I just want to let you know that I'm giving 4 people $250. All you have to do is fill out the survey at the top of the description below. In that survey, we're just trying to figure out who the audience is. What kind of debts are there? What's the salary? What's savings? Stuff like that. And by filling out the survey, you'll also be kept up to date with things going on with the channel as well. I promise I hate spam. We're not going to spam you guys. You have until the end of next Friday, a week from today. 4 lucky people will win $250 and we'll send that directly to you. You've done quite the damage so
This is
early.
better than it was last year though, so.
So 18. What'd you give yourself score? 0 to 10?
Compared to last year, maybe a 3, but maybe like overall like.
It's where you are in this exact moment.
Yeah.
So where you are, not where you've been for your score. So 1 out of 10. Okay. And I can see that being a score that probably lines up about right. So we have a current balance on some debt. I don't know what this is, but $996, of which you took out $2,500. What is this for?
That was a personal loan.
Why are you taking out personal loans in your teens?
Because well, when they gave me my auto loan, my very first auto loan, I was like, dang, they just be giving money to anybody. So
They do just be giving money to anybody.
So I went and got more. And
for what?
Just to have. Like I didn't even really spend it until.
But it's not just the half though. It's at 13.59%. That's not just the half. That's you giving them the monies. I don't think I need to tell you that though. I'm getting the perception that you've awoken to that.
Yeah, very much so.
So just to have in case of just whatever.
Well, maybe just to have isn't the right word, but that's like okay. So when I went to Illinois last year, I don't know. It's just to have, like just to have. I don't know how to.
Okay.
Yeah. So I
went to Illinois. Yeah.
Yes, I went to Illinois. I was supposed to be there for a week, and then like stuff happened to where I was there the whole year. And,
What happened?
Stuff happened.
Stuff happened.
Like,
a year, a week to 52 weeks. That's a change. That's the difference. What happened?
So first, I let someone use my car and they wrecked it. So then I had to wait for that to get fixed. And since it was like, not like the beginning, but like towards the end of COVID, it was like still taking forever to get stuff fixed.
Yeah, and you're in Illinois.
Once it got fixed, I was already had a job, and I decided I didn't want to. Because I didn't want to have 2 tax forms from 2 different states, if that makes sense. For like a W-2 from Illinois and a W-2 from Texas. So I just said I'll just do the whole year in Illinois.
It wouldn't have been.
No, because
aggressively
when I did...
but also, there's no income tax in Texas anyway, so...
But in Illinois, because when I was originally working in Texas...
Yeah, but you lived in Illinois, so you would have gotten the income tax.
But if I would come back to Texas like I did 2 years prior, they would have taken all that money away.
Oh, that doesn't make sense.
Well, when I was working in Texas and I was working at Taco Bell, and in the 4 months I made the $15,000. I went to Illinois for the other half of the year, and I was working there for the rest of the year. And when I did my taxes, I just had my Texas taxes, and they said I was going to get $2,000 back. And then when I put my Illinois taxes as well, it dropped down to like $500.
But you still had to pay the Illinois taxes regardless. You lived there. So
I
you
don't
lied.
understand.
So you lied.
No, I didn't lie. I was living in both states at the time.
The income that you earned there, yes, you would have had to pay their taxes. Now, what's interesting is your tax bracket wouldn't be crazy, and they have a progressive tax system. So you make a lot of money, then the taxes get no in Illinois. Your taxes. We don't have income tax in Texas.
No, I realize that, but when from my understanding,
In Illinois, in your tax bracket, I doubt you would have gotten hit with something aggressive.
No, I don't know, because I took my taxes to some lady to do them, and once we were putting after she put the Illinois in, it went down.
Income tax brackets. Illinois. You put an S at the end of it. It's a joke. I promise everyone from Illinois. I don't think it's actually pronounced Illinois. I used to go to your Chicago all the time. Oh, it's a flat. They have a flat tax? Oh, I would have just assumed they were a...
What's up, sweetheart?
So you're right. No, flat tax. I mean, that's certainly on a lower tax rate. Seems like it feels like it gets hit more because
They do.
a flat tax on a lower rate
I don't
is
know what anything
a higher
about
percentage
taxes.
of, well, not a higher percentage of your money, but it feels like more money because you have less money, meaning that money that you're going to go spend in other places.
Is going.
So if you have $1 or $1 billion, that's subject to Illinois income tax
Just
yield,
saying
4.95% of that money. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. I get it. But either way, I'm still a little confused with what you're saying anyway, because you live there. If you move back to Texas, I mean, the money that you earn there, yes, you would have had to pay that on regardless of where you are. It's the money that you earn there.
Yes, I don't know. I don't understand taxes. I had some like tax lady do it for me.
I have a rental property
Sup,
in
bitch?
Illinois, of which, yes, I'm an evil landlord, for buying a piece of property that no one ever wanted to buy, and then I fixed it up because it was absolutely dilapidated. And my taxes, I guess I get that flat tax, and someone else takes care of it at this point, so I wasn't aware. But I knew there was at least state income tax there. Okay, cool, whatever. So you took this personal loan out, you stayed there for longer. I still don't know why you took this out, and you just said just to have.
That's like I said. I don't know if just to have is the right thing, cause back to my car, the car actually got fixed, and then I went to Alabama to help family, and I come back, and I was supposed to come back to Texas after that, and my check engine light came on, so
pretty baby.
I took it to the place, and they're talking about coolant is being sucked into the oil. I didn't know what that meant, and they were talking about it's going to be upwards of $10 grand to fix, and I was not having it, so I sold them the car for $3,000, and then I turned around and I bought another car. And my dad was talking about get a less expensive car or whatever.
Especially in your teens.
Yeah,
man.
but
As
I
long
was
as
not
it's
having
safe.
that. I was not having that
Of
at
course
all.
not.
I wanted a brand new car, like
Of
fresh
course you
back.
did.
So he was against it, but he still said,
no.
"If you're
Sounds
gonna
like a
be
man with
stupid-"
logic.
He is very much, but he was like, "If you're going to be stupid, you better be strong." So he got me. He co-signed this car for me, but he said that.
No.
Listen.
I'm listening. I'm just not having it.
He said that if I missed a payment or if something was to happen to the car, then he was going to take it. And I was like, okay, that makes sense. So I get this car. It was $33,000, and but it only had like a 4.6 interest rate. I don't know what interest rate means. I mean, like I know
That
that.
house, but that's still way more car than you
Yeah.
need at your age, trying to go to college, having to
And-
work 3 jobs, 25 hours minimum at each job.
Yes, but he was not very happy. But he said he was still going to let me do my thing. You know.
Well, I mean,
So-
if I were the pop, I just wouldn't have co-signed, because I would have been like, this is a stupid decision, I'm not going to enable it.
Mhm.
I appreciate at least him trying to educate you on it by being like, yo, you're dumb, and yo, you're dumb.
Yeah.
But it already happened. It already happened. Have you realized how incredibly stupid this is?
I did. So that's when I kind of like, I was kind of upset that I had that car. So I kind of like quit my job and was kind of like doing whatever. And that's when I took this one out, this personal one. And
Wait.
yeah.
I'm sorry. Explain a little more again.
So I bought this car and
Yes.
I was happy with it the first day, like as most people are, you get a new car or
first day.
whatever. And then as it went on, it like kind of set in that like, dang, I really have to pay this money back. And I was like not happy with the car because it's gonna sound stupid, but I did not like the sound system it had.
Oh my god.
So I was
That's the only thing I look for in a car.
Yeah.
But, go ahead.
And so I was kind of over it. Like the fact I had to pay that much money for a car that I didn't think was worth that much, in my opinion. Now after the fact, I got it. And so I quit my job, and I was kind of just living life. And then the money I had saved from working kind of like was depleted. So I kind of took this out.
So this was an addition? I thought this was for the car.
Well, I had 2 separate ones. 2 separate personal ones.
Oh, you're okay. So the
Well, this
the
is- I only
996
have-
is what you took out. Okay, so
no,
the
I took out the 2,500 and it's down to
296.
yes.
The one that's at $19,502 at a death 14.84%
That's a new
interest
car.
rate.
That's a different car than the.
What do you have? Is
So,
there what the why?
So we moved back to Texas, and
Wait, when'd you buy this? When'd you buy this? Original
maybe-
loan, May 18th, 2023. You came in and you said you've been watching me for a year. You
Well,
would not
listen,
do this
listen,
watching
listen,
me
listen,
for
listen.
a year.
I know, I understand that, but I needed a car to get back and forth to work because my original, the Volkswagen I had, the 33,000.
That's the one that broke in Illinois?
No, the original one was the Lexus CT200. Was the one that broke down in Illinois, and then I turned around and bought the Volkswagen, the 2022 Volkswagen. And then I come back to Texas, and I started working again. And then, I'm not going to say who's at fault here, but the car was totaled. So
Who was at fault?
it wasn't me, I know that, but to each their own, I guess.
What?
It was both parties ran a red light.
Okay, well, if you're a part of the running the red light, then okay, yes, they're at fault, but so are you. It sounds like equal fault.
Yeah.
Whatever term there might be around that.
So the car was totaled, and I needed a car to get back and forth to work.
Did the insurance pay out?
Yeah, I
Cover
had
the
gap
loan?
insurance, so that was all covered.
Thank
But by the
goodness.
time I
Okay,
took
that's what
this
I was
loan out, I still had the other loan on my credit report. So that's why when I was talking,
14 death, 0.84%
yeah, that's what the lady I was
insanity.
talking to was telling me it's that high.
Well, plus the interest rates are crazy.
Yes.
But why? What? You realized you made a mistake getting the expensive car.
Yes.
What?
But I didn't want to drive like a hoopty, so I
You
wanted to
don't
get
need
this
it.
car.
If it's below 20,000, it doesn't automatically become a hoopty. You spend your time. You get cars taken to a mechanic. You give the seal of approval. In Texas, this is what I would need for you to get through college, get you a good paying job, get yourself a fully funded emergency fund, get you on a budget, get you set up, starting retirement, and then you go get this. What you do before that is your car. It needs to be proven that this will last for a few years, and you will be safe in that as long as you are taking care of your car, and that it has halfway decent air conditioning. Because I am not going to have you die of heat stroke in Texas. That's the criteria. Safety for years to come and air conditioning. You do not need to do $19,920 at 14.84% interest rate. Why are you laughing at that?
Because in my mind, I'm thinking it's not as bad as the original loan I got, and that once I put my
I
other
don't
debts, I
care.
can
Listen,
refinance.
there are people out there doing absolutely disastrous stuff. Just because you're slightly better, just because you are better than does not mean this equals good.
Yes.
So, no, we're not going to use that as a justification or feeling better. We're not
Okay.
going to. I'm sorry. And listen. Just as I listened to Graham on my audit, who has, put me in check as I was starting to do well. Okay. Well, I mean, I've been doing well for years to come, but as my income situation has changed, I listened to him because he's been in that position for a while, and I'm not doing a franchise. I got a little excited about it. You're getting out of the high school area, you're making money, you're working jobs. Listen to me as someone who was there a decade ago and stuff like that. This is not what you need. I'm riding my 2019 Jeep Cherokee into the ground, probably for years and years and years to come. You can do that on a $10,000 car, my dude. $10,000 car. You don't need this.
Yeah. I just wanted a car like my first car. That was my favorite car.
Yeah, I'd rather you not have debt. How about that? I think that's more important. Especially, you're just getting started is the thing. You're just getting started. You're not in a position where this is anywhere justifiable. I'm not going to be able to justify 14.84% interest rate on really any debt. But if you're going to have debt, you're not in the point where we can potentially come close to justifying it.
Okay.
What's this car worth right now?
Yeah, last time I looked, if I sold it private, like from person to person, it's going to be like maybe 15, 10, 15.
10 or 15, that's big.
10 or 15,000.
10 or 15? 10 or 15?
Yes.
Which one, 10 or 15?
That's what it said on the gauge thing.
Okay, based
like
on its
on
quality
Kelly
and
Blue
stuff.
Book, yeah.
Kelly Blue Book, throughout the pandemic, they were a little undervaluing where cars were being sold. They might be closer to where things are now. I'd check multiple sources.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so a Visa,
I got this when I first turned 18. The day I turned 18, they gave me this.
Well, actually, sorry, before I go into that, okay, so, yes, we have $19,502.54 owed on that previous one. What's the minimum monthly payment on the 996?
I think 83.
And what's the minimum monthly payment on the 69 payments remaining?
Yeah.
Death? What's the... Oh, you took it out this year and you've already spent almost $1,000 interest on it. You do not need this at 19.
Yeah.
Let us correct you now so that you can have an amazing future, please. Yes?
Oh,
yes? Agreed?
Yes.
Will you listen to what I'm saying?
I want to say yes, but I will follow as best as I can.
What is as best as you can? What is that? That
Like-
sounds like we're preemptively justifying not doing things.
No, more so, I came here to, like, get insight because I seen you help other people. So, like,
Yeah.
I'm always going to take what you say, but
you
maybe not
know-
at the, like, the pace and speed. You know?
I get excited talking about finances. I get excited having the conversations that I wish someone had with me when I was at that age, and I'm approaching it just that way. So I get excited about this, but man, I get more excited and get a fire under my you come back or you send us an email and that you're out of this.
Yes.
So I don't give a. You're just here to potentially listen, but then set yourself up for exactly. But you gave yourself that gap for excuses in the future.
Yes.
If you're doing that, then I'm not excited. I don't find this a conversation worth having because there's other people who want to come on, want to get their kicked, get their in gear, get themselves out of debt, and then we can celebrate and go crazy and get excited. I'm only willing to have this conversation if that's something you're willing to do.
Yes.
What's the minimum monthly payment on this 69 months?
I think it's only like $450, but I pay $500.
Yeah, it's only $450 because it's 69 months. Okay, so a credit card that you opened, you said right at 18?
Yeah, the day I turned 18.
Okay, well that was a year ago, but
yes.
yeah. So it's not like that was like some ancient history. Credit card, it's a Visa, USA Visa. Current balance.